Ano, bude to v pohodě. Máte vodu? Nemám vám skočit ještě vodu?
Já se pak sloužím, já pak mám
Tak máte volno.
celou dobu volno.
Tak jo. Mě asi můžete. Povedle sebe, tam dole, to nikdo nepůjde.
Včas.
To by bylo, aby se něco nezaseklo.
Já budu mít opravdu jenom krátký poslov, že zahájíme třetí EuroTeQathon v Praze a je mě radost, že jste tady vy jako moderátorka dnešní den.
Tak to si toho moc nevezmete.
Já to budu mít ještě na konci dlouhý seznam poděkování.
Jo, to je pravda. Tam já budu ráda, že to nemusím říkat.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Professor Müller.
Good morning. Good
Welcome
morning.
online.
Hello. Hello. Now it works. Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly. We see you. Everything is in order.
So you will switch then when the interview starts, I think, yeah?
Indeed, yes. So we will give a very short introduction, and
Yeah.
after that will be the talk with you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third EuroTeQathon, which is hosted at Czech Technical University in Prague. We welcome all the student teams who have been working very, very hard in the past 3 days on their presentations. And it is my big pleasure to introduce Ms. Eliška Zvolánkova, who will be our today's moderator for the whole action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Achten. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to Prague here in the hall, and for you also, welcome to the online streaming. As mentioned before, my name is Eliška Zvolánkova, and it is my big honor to be your moderator for today's grand finale of EuroTeQathon. I would like to welcome now all the distinguished guests, especially ambassadors and representatives from embassies and from the French Institute in Prague. We are also pleased to have delegates from the Czech Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports as our guests, who will probably join us a little bit later. Warm welcome belongs also to the rector of Czech Technical University of Prague, who is hosting, as was already mentioned, this year's EuroTeQathon, along with other representatives of the university. Welcome belongs to our guests from industry sector and to all of you who have worked on Collider projects before EuroTeQathon. And most importantly, we are thrilled to have here all the talented students. Welcome. I suppose that everybody here in the hall knows what the Collider or what EuroTeQathon is, but some of you basically in the stream might not know that much. So we will need a few other unknown names to explain what it is in its fullness. So, once upon a time, there were 6 universities who united their powers in order to create a virtual campus. Their goal was to build unprecedented forms of collaborative frameworks to help shaping a sustainable future. It was called EuroTech, Engineering University. Along with that, a competition arose, the Collider. Each of 6 universities challenged their students to form interdisciplinary teams and solve actual problems assigned by industry partners. The topic was and is Leave No Waste Behind. The 3 very best teams from each country then measure their strengths against one another in EuroTeQathon, and that is today. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now welcome and introduce our online guest, Professor Gerhard Müller from Technical University of Munich. He has been with EuroTech, Colliders and EuroTeQathons from the beginning as a jury member, therefore an insider who could cast more light on some other questions concerning these ambitious projects. Welcome, Professor Müller.
Best greetings here from the EuroTech and also from the Technical University of Munich. Thank you, Mrs. Zvolánkova, for this very kind introduction.
You're welcome.
And I'm really sorry of not being personally in Prague, which I would have loved to be. However, Zoom makes it possible also to make it with this format.
Perfect. Can we start with the first question, maybe?
Well, I'm happy to answer questions. If I'm able to answer them, I will give my insights. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. EuroTech and Collider are built around the principle of challenge-based learning. Why is challenge-based learning in education so important, in your opinion and from your experience?
I think that engineers need more and more to understand that the urgent challenges and issues can only be solved by teams that work together in an interdisciplinary way. And this is also a reaction on the classical sorting of engineering disciplines, which has been very successful in the past, but nevertheless, more and more requires of bringing the disciplines together. And those interdisciplinary teams offer to the students a first experience of how value creation can be organized. In addition to that, in addition to disciplines, they also should be able to evaluate, to value the skills of all involved in the value creation processes, the older engineers with a lot of professional experience, the craftsmen, and the younger ones, the students who bring in the latest knowledge taught at research universities. So this mixture makes the development of technological progress possible, and also the moderation of the key information of technological progress for our societies. Therefore, I'm very much convinced that we need more challenged and project-based learning in our engineering disciplines in the future, and EuroTech has one of the possible answers for that.
Thank you. I have already mentioned that 6 universities are part of the EuroTech. How were the partner universities chosen?
Well, the EuroTech Alliance originally was initiated by the EuroTech group, who decided, a EuroTech group, a group of universities who decided to bring European partners together who are all excellent and are doing cutting-edge research on one hand side, and also on the other hand side, that represent different European ecosystems and traditions in terms of embedding engineers in society, in terms of societal value creation processes, also in terms of moderating technological developments in society, and who also differ kind of in legal and professional frameworks, and who all have a strong attitude in promoting entrepreneurship among their students. So therefore we have very, very strong links together. And furthermore, we are also united on the other hand side by a strong European attitude that supports the individual talents and also encourages the individual students to come together to teams and to join forces based on their own initiatives. So we have strong common links, and we also have different ecosystems, which makes the combination so interesting. And I think the number is such that we can excellently work together, which we really realized now in the first round of the European University Initiative, where we were successfully working. We are currently on the run to and hope that we continue in the second round for that.
Yeah, finger crossed. Leave no waste behind. How did you choose the topic for Collider?
Well, choosing the topic is really a difficult question. And what we did is that we thought that we will collect ideas from the young generations that will shape the future, and that also depend more than our older generation from the future. So we made a call, which we disseminated among the students of our EuroTech group. And the outcome of the call, the students' responses, the impulses, made it clear that the appropriate treatment of our planet Earth and the issues of sustainability are central. With a group of academics, then we transferred the great variety of impulses we obtained by the students into the call, Leave No Waste Behind. And since this theme is so universal, has so many different facets, and allows for very good linkages with industry partners and impulse providers, we have kept it now for the time being. However, we plan that we will repeat the process of collecting ideas from the students and clustering them and establishing a new call in the future. So this is a call now which is perpetuated for some colliders and then will be replaced by another call.
Now, we've mentioned that the theme of Collider were the same for now. What makes the EuroTech Colliders then so special?
Well, for me, that's my personal impression now, observing the colliders. I see it is really great to see a consensus among European students on the one hand side, also to establish a competition between different teams, but also between different ecosystems and approaches, and to understand which facets of our individual ecosystems at our university, at our partner universities, are the most helpful one for the next generation to learn from each other. So we as universities now kind of collect best ideas, which I am very sure will fertilize in the future our approaches for engineering education.
Well, we are very curious for that. Can you maybe, Professor Miller, enlighten for some of who are not that dived into the whole project, how does the Collider work and what is the major difference of each collider?
Well, first of all, the challenges are provided by companies, by scientific researchers, but also by the students themselves. So there are different ways to translate the call, leave no waste behind, into challenges. Then the students work on these challenges around the theme, and you will see that there are a whole number of different interpretations of how those challenges can be dealt with on the one hand side, and which challenges can come out of the call, leave no waste behind. The framework of the local collider project weeks differs, however, at each university. For example, the Polytechnic in Paris, TU Eindhoven and Munich. Here we offered the students a collider course where they had 6 to 8 weeks to work on the project, but obviously not full time. The CTU in Prague, Euro University, offers a 6-day intensive course where they work full time on the projects. And some other universities include the collider into already existing challenge-based learning courses and formats. So for the first round, each university had very different approaches how to implement the collider in their existing environment. It's always a challenge to implement a new element into the university setting. For the future, however, we plan on harmonizing our different approaches during the local collider project weeks, and we are planning to open the local collider networks for each university as well. So to be better, able to work together. So this is our goal. But however, I think the first rounds were very successful to implement the system at the universities. And now the process will be kind of a harmonization in order to facilitate the linkage between the groups. But generally speaking, the key idea is to enable students to unfold their ideas in their teams.
You were part of all 3 EuroTeQathons. Can you remember what was the biggest surprise for you at the first event?
May I give 3 surprises?
Okay.
The first surprise is that we obtained a number of ideas that could be quickly incorporated into startups. Equally important, I was impressed by the dynamism the students unleash when they work across disciplines, and also unleash their creativity in a pressing issue. And thirdly, I really admire how today's young generation collaborates with much less unconstructive ownership attitude, which we as our older generation sometimes have. They present their work always as a team and not as a group of individuals who clearly want to separate every individual contribution of every team member. So this attitude of the students, which is so positive for the future, really impressed me very much and surprised me also very much.
It's so nice to hear that. And very last question, what does it mean to you to be a jury member of the EuroTeQathons?
Well, personally, I just would like to say it is a great gift to be able to enjoy the spirit and the flavor of the work of a young, dynamic, enthusiastic generation, new teams that work together unpretentiously. So this is really a great gift if one can work at a university, and even more so if one can now see how the different European ecosystems have a common denominator working together on European values and enabling the young generations to shape the future. So I'm really happy about that. And I'm really looking forward now who will be the most, the winner. That we have great teams, many great teams. Not everybody can win, but I'm really curious now what will happen today. And I already congratulate the winning teams right now. So thank you so much.
Professor Müller, thank you very much. Thank you again very much for your insightful answers and for your energy and enthusiasm. And we will be looking forward to seeing you throughout today's presentations.
All the best to Prague. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to introduce our jury. We have Mr. Bart Gravenhoff, Business Developer Student Entrepreneurship at the Gate from Eindhoven University of Technology here in the hall. We are also pleased to have Ms. Katrin Arvola, lecturer and program director of International Business Administration and Management and Marketing from Tallinn University of Technology. Welcome. Also, Mr. Søren Amundsen, project manager, pilots at the DTU Skylab from Technical University of Denmark has come. And we have already seen Mr. Gerhard Miller from Technical University of Munich. He is a senior vice president of the TU Munich for academic and student affairs. And last but not least, and one of the most important person in the room, because he is the head of the jury, is Zbigniew Škvor, Vice Rector for Science, Creative Activities and PhD Studies from Czech Technical University in Prague. Welcome to all of you, and we are looking forward to your judgment. Now we will dive into fantastic projects that strive to contribute to a more sustainable future, and we have much to look forward to. The variety of projects is incredible, from strawberries to healthcare, energy savings. We are about to visit the Himalayas and even the space. The presentations will be divided into 3 blocks with 6 teams in each. Each team has 5-minute presentation, and then there will be 5 minutes for the jury to ask questions and for the teams to answer those questions. We will, of course, have breaks between the blocks, and a lunch break will follow after the last block. During the time, the jury will decide on winners. We have 3 categories: innovation, impact, and launch readiness. And that is enough of the organization information, and let us explore the world of future in minds of our brilliant students. The first presentation of the day will be kicked off by the team Gold Girls from Czech Technical University in Prague, CTU. You will see how a love for beer could be transformed into reducing 230 tons of waste beer labels. Girls, it's yours.
Hello, everybody. We are the Gold Girls. My name is Gabriela, and I would like to start with one question. Do you know how much your country consumes of how much beer does your country consumes in a year? Well, I have a statistic for you, and as you can see, Czech is clearly winning. The beer industry is very important for us and for our culture. That's why we were very excited to collaborate with our brewery, Kozo. The word Kozo means goat. And what was the problem? Each year, this brewery products 230 tons of waste in labels. This waste comes from the washing the bottles. And what do we want to do with it? We want to create a paper company. It doesn't sound like much, but hear me out. The idea is to take the waste labels and recycle it into a final product, which is the coasters. We calculated that on one made cardboard, we can fit 54 pieces of coasters, and from the 230 tons of waste, we can make more than 45 million of coasters, which is more than the brewery needs. Well, by this, we can cut the expenses they are paying now for the new coasters, and with the excess material, they can even sell and make enough more profit, which is a win-win situation. 92% of the cardboard is used for the coasters, and the rest, 8%, we don't throw away. We use it in our workshops. And more about that will tell you Andrea.
So this, as you can see, is the area of the brewery. How is it now? Here you can see a parking place, which we allocated and thoroughly inspected to be a suitable place for our paper factory. Here you can see this is the place where is the parking spot, Here is the area for the workshops and also for the paper factory, which is actually nearby the place where the waste labels are produced, which is ideal because we can transfer it right from here to here. We also thought of the idea of the workshops because the area of the brewery is now open to public. The people have here, here's a restaurant, here is a pretty nice lake, here are the goats kept, and here is another restaurant, also a hotel. Here we go to some numbers. The purchase of coasters now, per year, is 500,000 euros. Building of paper factory will be in 4 years, or in 3 years, for 400,000 euros. And the profit from workshop tickets will be 50,000 euros per year. So the paper factory will be in profit in 5 years. And now to the workshops. Even though the coaster production was a great idea on itself, we decided to add a little sparkle to it, and that's how the idea of the workshops was born. Let's invite the public to make their own handmade paper, and what more, their own paper coasters, which they can use at home on daily basis. It's a great form of entertainment for school groups, family visits, and basically for everyone. When the children create their own paper, the adults can make their own coasters, and basically that's fun for everyone. We even decide a merchandise here. I don't know how to translate it, but it means I create paper, but with the word goat in it, which is like a word play. Here you can see how easy the process of paper making is. Oh, it's soaking, meshing, pressing, and drying. And to prove our hypothesis, we made a small workshop for ourselves. We made it. We have also final prototypes, which are now handed to the jury.
I'm very sorry, girls, but the time is over. And the rules are strict.
Yeah.
Maybe you can answer the questions.
Yeah, sure.
That will be given to you by the jury, and maybe you can finish your presentation within those. So, who will ask the first question?
Yes.
It will work. Yeah.
It will work.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Søren Amundsen from TTU. I love your idea and very good pitch. Thank you very much. First off, I'd like to say it seems very ambitious to do both the paper factory and the workshop concept. So this, I think, just an advice would be to prioritize this and focus on one before the other. My question to you is, what thoughts have gone into your mind in terms of building your own paper factory as opposed to working with an existing paper factory?
Basically, the paper factories that are in near, that was the starting problem was that there aren't any paper factories in nearby that can handle that much waste.
And also the labels are wet, and the transportation is more expensive because it's more volume than the finished coasters.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, you clearly like word games, and I have to say, when we start with the goat, the greatest of all time, then that promises something for this afternoon. I have a question, because there are a lot of products made out of paper, and I think for coasters, everybody wants them as cheap as possible. So did you consider making other paper products with more of a luxury item, for example, notebooks, with a better margin?
Yeah, we actually considered that, but in order to make it as easy as possible, we just created a product, which are the paper, the carton plates, and then basically cutting the coasters is like one thing more. We just basically do the cardboards, and then we can ship it because the shipping is much cheaper than shipping the wet waste labels.
And we will also wanted to create something that the brewery can use.
Thank you so much. I also enjoyed your presentation a lot. I see that all the jury members are actually asking towards the same angle, and I also want to ask, why is your solution the best for solving the problem that you have identified? Why is this the best thing? Just answer the why.
Yeah, we considered so many options because in the first Collider there were like 5 or 6 groups who worked on the same idea, and most of them didn't make pretty much sense. And we have here the calculations. As you can see, it will be in profit in only 5 years, which is quite short time range for the brewery. And yeah, here you can see. Yeah, it's basically the.
Well, we also wanted the paper be recycled because it has many advantages. It saves like trees, it creates less waste and less methane, and it was really important for us.
Just a short question. For the workshops, how many people should be there employed to teach people to do the coasters or other things?
That's actually what we discussed yesterday by the.
You can join the team if you want to. We would like to invite you anyways at the end, so this is the 3rd member of the team.
Yeah, this is Sandra. We discussed that yesterday on the ecology workshop. We need 3 people. 1 to handle with people who could have any disabilities, like they can't hold things, or they can't speak, they can't do something. And 2, to help the, I don't want to say normal, but the people who.
Thank you very much, ladies. I know it's horrific to start as the first one and to open all the presentations, so your role was the hardest. And now we have another team coming. How can traffic noise help in finding sustainable alternatives to mobility? NoiseWise will show you.
This is Shimon and this is Pavel, and the challenge that we are working on is to find a way to gather data on how residents move between rural towns and villages. This was a challenge given to us by an industry partner called CTU. The way we decided to solve this challenge is to use a smart sensor that can track how cars move between municipalities, and this data will be used to optimize the availability of public transport and other sustainable mobility alternatives, which will hopefully decrease waste from unnecessary car trips or car trips that are redundant thanks to other alternatives. Before I explain how exactly we use the data to do that, I will first explain how we created the sensor. So we set out a couple of design goals for ourselves. Our goal was to create a low-cost, smart traffic sensor, which is easy to deploy, has relatively low infrastructure requirements with no intrusive roadwork or difficult installation requirements, and will be optimized to collect traffic flow between municipalities in rural areas. So not exactly like congestion or something like that, but how many cars move between towns and cities. Our proposed solution is a wireless, solar-powered smart sensor that detects and classifies vehicle types using traffic noise levels. Here's a quick overview of how the hardware that we eventually built into a prototype looks. The core of it is a Raspberry Pi, which is a microprocessor connected to stereo microphones, a solar panel for power, and using a GSM module for a data connection to be able to send back data to a cloud database. The way the actual software works behind it is that we take the 2 audio waveforms, run them through a bunch of filters, then run position analysis on the audio waveforms to be able to determine which directions the vehicles are moving. We throw that through a MEL spectrogram into a neural network, which will then classify what kind of vehicle it is, whether it's a passenger vehicle, truck, motorbike, or not a vehicle at all. And then we aggregate information from this sensor and hopefully many other sensors like this from all around certain regions into a database, which will visualize then how vehicles and traffic moves between municipalities. So this is a mock-up we did initially of how it should look. This is our first prototype. Here you can see our second prototype. So we actually built the thing, and we decided to, look why our solution here is better than any other solution that we've looked at for this specific use case. First, we looked at whether we can use a mobile app to track this, but people don't like to install random mobile apps that track them. We looked if there's any existing data sources, and there are, but they're usually not exactly useful for what we're looking at here. There's public data sets, but those are usually short-term surveys. There's private companies that provide this data, but it's usually expensive and measures things like congestion, which is not what we really want. We can get satellite or other GSM data, but that's usually very, very expensive. Or we could use other existing smart sensors that already exists in the world. However, those are usually optimized for cities, and it's usually things like induction sensors built into the road, or magnetometers, or traffic cameras, and those require infrastructure, maintenance, and a lot of upfront cost, which we want to avoid here. So we took these 3 sensors, and now to explain how this actually brings about a sustainable outcome, we ran a quick case study in the town of Libeň-Libeř. It's a very small town just outside of Prague. We placed multiple sensors around each of the main roads leading in and out of the city, and basically tracked how many vehicles were coming in and how many were coming out, and thus we were tracking how residents were coming into the town and where were they going. We then also used a questionnaire to measure the demand of residents for sustainable mobility. So we were asking where they go, how often they take a car, and whether they would be willing to take a sustainable alternative if given the chance. And our aim was to check whether our data correlates with any kind of demand for alternative mobility solutions. Now, this was a relatively recent case study, the last couple of days, so we don't have a lot of data yet. We don't really have fully representative results yet. We're going to need more time for that. But anecdotally, so far, it looks like our data can reasonably predict where people might want to go during the day and take public transport if they had the option. Because, of course, in small rural towns, a big problem is the availability of buses. Buses might come once every couple of hours, which is not great if you want to just go for a quick trip somewhere. So yeah, so far it looks good, but of course we will need more time and data. We looked at how much our prototype costs. It was around 3,000 crowns, so in euros that's about 120 euros. So there you can see the full bill of materials. But this is using prototyping materials which are usually pretty expensive. So a cheaper solution, or a production version, might be much cheaper, almost half the price, so around 60 euros, which is incredibly cheap for a sensor with these capabilities. Commercial solutions such as magnetometer sensors or traffic cameras can go from thousands to tens of thousands of euros.
And the time has run out.
Okay, sorry. Well, yeah.
Okay, but we have time for questions. So, member of the jury.
Okay, hi, thank you. First, a clarifying question, is your sensor also able to detect electronic vehicles? They make quite significantly less noise?
Yes, so the electronic, when we were testing this out, the good news is when you're on the side of the road and you have a sensor on the side of the road, most of the noise that comes from a car is actually the tires. And yes, so engines will make different noises, but we've noticed that with a large enough data set, it's reasonably accurate. It doesn't have to be 100% accurate for the purpose that we're using here, but it's good enough to be actually able to track vehicles.
Okay, thanks. And then other question is, how are you going to make money on this? Could you elaborate on the business case?
So, I didn't have time to look into that, but there are multiple options. So one was looking into working with an industry partner who gave us this challenge because they were looking to use this for their own market research. They do sustainable mobility solutions in rural towns like this. We're also looking at possible subsidies that could help us, create and then sell these sensors directly to municipalities, because governments often have digitalization subsidies. There's a new Intelligent Transport Systems Directive at the European Union level, which is providing guidelines for countries and cities on how to exactly promote solutions like this. So we're hoping to address those kinds of people and to provide it as a commercial solution to them.
Other questions?
Well, not a question, just if your commercial partner is not supporting you enough, we have an incubator at Czech Technical University and ask.
I mean, just to actually say something about that, they graciously offered to give us access to some of their data sets to run a larger scale case study, which we are definitely thinking about looking into, but that's going to be a future thing because it's been a relatively short time frame which we had for this.
Okay, thank you. It's impressive to see the prototype and how you explained how everything works technology-wise. But I want to go back to the basics and actually ask you, what exactly is the problem that you are solving? Because you just describe here that you want to do it, but why do we need this kind of data and who can really benefit from that?
So I think people in small towns often have an issue that you basically need a car to survive in a small rural town, right? If you want to go somewhere, you don't have much of another option because public transport is relatively inconsistent. So yeah, people might use a bus for their daily commute to work, but if you need a short trip to go somewhere in the middle of the day, you might not have an option or you might not know about an option. If we can provide real-time data that can show companies or cities where people want to go, then we can theoretically optimize that the availability of their solutions to when people need to go where. So that's one option. I didn't get to this, but there's actually other uses as well in terms of sustainability. You can monitor road usage and wear, or the amount of waste from vehicles, which is sometimes hard to do in a rural area, because like in towns, of course, you got sensors, you got cameras everywhere, and like lots of studies. But in a small town somewhere else, they might not actually have the data unless they do expensive surveys, and this is a cheaper option to do that.
Okay. I want to explore this a little bit further because on the one hand you say we're going to have real-time data in a mobile app.
Yes.
And on the other side you say we're going to provide this data to municipalities.
Yes.
Did you validate that the people working at municipalities who are interested in data about how people move, what the usage and where is, that they need real-time data and that they want a mobile app?
So the real-time data requirement actually, or the reason why we went for real-time is because we were also looking at giving it to companies. For example, when we were talking to our industry partner, they were saying that they might use, basically, it's a ride-sharing system, and they were thinking about using this data for pre-positioning of vehicles. If they can see a spike in demand somewhere, we would theoretically, or they could maybe train predictive models on data like this and be able to use that.
Simple yes or no. Did you speak to a public servant who has in his job description that he is responsible for traffic, public transportation, or something like that? Yes or no?
Not specifically traffic transportation, but
no.
public servants, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We have like 30 seconds left. So it has to be a really fast question, fast answer. All right. Do you have another member team with you here in the hall?
We have our
All right.
back there.
So big applause for the NoiseWise.
Thank you.
Team Hexeco, the last representative of CTU, will impress us with modern housing where good look hides even nicer soul.
Thank you. So good morning, my name is Josef and this is Jirka, and let's get into it. Our challenge was to develop or implement regenerative technology in residential housing. You may ask what regenerative technology is. It's basically taking a step further from sustainable technology. Sustainable is making no harm, but regenerative technology is basically helping nature to restore itself after the harm we did as a humanity. We try to solve these 4 problems with our solution, and those are high building energy demands, polluted air, drought, and overheating of urban areas, which all are very recent nowadays. So yeah, this is our concept. It's a hexagonal cell, it's a flat unit. And we went with this shape because we try to minimize area for heat transfer. So it's energy efficient, and it's modern, and it's compact, and we got a little bit inspired by a beehive, so by nature itself. And if you stack it together into a block of legs, it looks like this. Each cell will be made out of a thick concrete wall because concrete can accumulate coolness pretty good. So it can retain coolness of the night and give it out during the day, so you save some energy for cooling. Algae facade, there is a special kind of algae which helps with air cleaning and serves as an insulation. Rainwater recycling tanks does the drought problem. Another air cleaning device which is all natural. And now we are approaching a zone of our inventions. It's an Icarus system for better work with the sun energy. And another air conditioning device, and another air conditioning device. And now I would like to give floor to Rika to tell you more about it.
Okay, so how to achieve regenerative attributes? We have to be more effective. The idea is to capture every beam of sunlight and use it. Therefore, the system of semi-transparent mirrors was designed. Each ring has several lamels, and these lamels can be tilted, and each ring can rotate. Thanks to that, we are able to rectify the sun beams and send it to some solar panel or a heat collector. Also, passive cooling system based on radiation phenomenon was designed. There is heat exchangers as collectors on the north side of the building, and they are tilted to night sky. The water flows inside these collectors, and it radiates the heat towards the sky, and it works because the sky has a low temperature. So we can cool down the water that flows inside the building, inside the concrete walls, and it helps to stabilize the temperature during the day, and it's passive. Also, we try to merge root zone treatment and cooling system. Especially, our idea is to use high thermal capacity of water reservoir, so we can use air-to-air heat exchanger system and upgrade it with adiabatic cooling, so it is more effective. So what we have solved? We come up with idea how to gain more energy from sun. We solved the pollution, water and air, and also come up with 2 ideas how to do passive cooling. Okay, so thank you.
Very nice timing. Good job. We have questions from the jury, and I would like to start with Mr. Miller if he has a question, because he is online and he didn't have a chance so far. So maybe he can be the second.
Dankeschön. Thanks, guys. Lots of really interesting ideas and visions in this. I have 2 questions, as always. First, do you have done any calculations? Do you have any numbers in terms of like the lifetime or life cycle effect of this product in terms of CO2 or other gases, the climate in general? Do you have these kinds of numbers or calculations? I would be curious to see that. Secondly, I was curious that you have chosen to use thick concrete walls for this, because I do get what you said about, storing heat and releasing heat, but to my knowledge, it's quite CO2 heavy to produce concrete. So, and that's also why I asked the first questions: how does this add up in the total sort of calculation of in terms of the climate effect?
Well, I'm going to answer to the thin concrete walls at first. This design was made to be very robust, to hold for a long period of time. So, yeah, firstly, it takes kind of a lot of CO2 emissions to create it, but at the same time, I think it will pay off in a longer period of time.
Yeah, and about the first question, we were challenged by that company, and the company wants for us to come up with some new solutions, new designs. Like we don't have specific numbers. Like we come up with some ideas that should theoretically work, but we have no resources to try it yet. Yes.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
If I may add another question, you collect rainwater, as I have seen. How much rainwater would you then have? I mean, the budget. You cool the building, or is that type of building specifically used for in some areas of this country, or have you made a budget, a water budget?
Like I think that our challenge was to design this as more for Prague. So yeah, we think that here in Prague, it's we think that there should be enough water. It is getting worse because of global warming, but we calculating that it should be enough.
Well, there was an idea in the beginning we could actually use this Ronzu treatment to even clear the water in rivers, so we could theoretically in some areas where some river or streams are nearby, connected to it. And about the rainwater, it would be used also for cooling and I guess just for some gardening.
Thank you so much for introducing thoroughly this new technology. But I would like to know from you, what happens next in your project? What are the next steps you need to take and what kind of support do you need on that?
Well, we are in contact with GRD company, and now it's kind of blurry what's going to happen next. I don't think that our project and its whole beauty is going to come to reality anytime soon. But the people from GRD, mostly engineers, were interested in a singular technical solutions. So we will see what's going to happen next.
Yeah, you can have a question because Professor Miller is not online any
All
longer.
right. For the next steps, we have in Eindhoven, we have 2 student teams working on circular and environmentally friendly buildings. So I would say reach out to them because I think it's a really interesting concept. If you are going to make safe and healthy environments, yesterday you had a workshop on inclusion. Can you think of a target group that you would, like, can be anywhere in the world, that you think this concept would be uniquely suitable for?
We were thinking mostly about young families because this idea behind this was to make it cheap to buy and cheap to live in, because of most of the technologies are passive or do not require much energy. So yeah, that's our target group.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Do you have another team member here?
No,
it's just the 2 of you. Team Hexeco. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will move to the Technical University of Denmark, DTU, and the team BioBlade has focused on wind turbine blades and their repurposing.
Hello, so we are BioBlade from the Danish Technical University, and we're here to present our project that we developed in close collaboration with our client Ørsted, who is one of the leading providers of wind energy parks in the world. And to quickly sum up our project, we are taking decommissioned wind turbine blades and turning them into urban biodiversity improving solutions. As we are transitioning towards greener energy, wind energy is becoming an increasingly integral part of this solution. And naturally, therefore, also the amount of wind turbines who have to be decommissioned in the future is therefore also rapidly growing. And for 90% of the turbine, this is not an issue, but for the wind turbine blades, that they are made of a highly technical composite material, which unfortunately cannot be recycled currently. And it is estimated that in the next 25 to 30 years, there will be 120,000 tons of decommissioned turbine blades in Denmark alone. And right now, these blades are ending up in landfills or being stored or incinerated and used for low-quality polymer fillings, thereby wasting both the energy put into the process of creating them, but also the materials themselves. And this is why our design challenge lies within this intersection point of reducing the waste from wind turbine decommissioning, but also the challenge of improving biodiversity in relation to wind energy in general. And this is why our design strategy is to take these end-of-life wind turbine blades, turn them into these functional urban solutions, thereby storing the blades in a functional manner where they create value for the stakeholders, until more viable recycling or disposal methods can be matured, so the blades can be recycled fully.
So just to take you through the life cycle of a blade using our system. So we start up here around 1 o'clock with the disassembly on site, where they take down the windmills which have reached the end of life. Then we take over the windmill blades that are cut up into sections for us. And then we start a co-creation session with the local stakeholders, such as a municipality, where we do both an impact assessment and a co-design session where we develop products that work in their local environment. Then these products enter reality, and they are used for however long their lifespan is, until they have reached their end of life, whereafter we take them back, send them to the recycling facility using the technology which is currently well underway, where they can then after re-enter the cycle as new wind turbine blades. So how are we creating value for both our providers and our customers? Well, for the provider for our key resources, the Ørsted, we are providing them with CSR promotion and positive PR, and they have agreed to give us the windmills for free as long as they're used for biodiversity enhancing initiatives. And for the customers, the municipalities, which are essentially paying us for our time and connections, we are providing them with both local biodiversity and circular designs. So how do we do this? Well, basically, our whole system is based on co-creation sessions. What we try to do is create a mutual understanding, map their needs, map the space where we're going to solve the issue in, and then initiate design games using building blocks we've made out of models of turbine blades, and help them create concepts and then further help them detailing their design. So we wanted to validate this, so we went to Køge municipality, which is a somewhat large municipality in Denmark, and tried to do this. And we developed several products. First of all, we developed urban furniture to provide social spaces. We developed walls and facades and sheltering to provide space for animals, namely bees and birds. We made sound barriers to have biodiversity also along the highways, and biophotoreactors to cleanse the air in the city.
So if we quickly zoom in on the future of this project work after we return home from this EuroTeQaThon in Prague, we will in the fall be kicking off our pilot project with Ørsted, where we are going to provide Ørsted with solutions within their own locations. And because this pilot project will be running internally within Ørsted, it's a nice and practical way of validating both our process and our solutions in a more low-risk environment where the customer is also more aligned with the end goal and our processes. And if you guys want to hear more about this, you can scan the QR code to see our information video, where we show you how we go from wings to wonder.
Thank you, guys. Perfect timing again. Thank you for that. And we have time for the jury to ask their questions.
Okay, thanks, guys. Great pitch and a beautiful idea, I think. Has cool elements. What I'm concerned about would be the, say, scalability. Have you done any calculations in terms of, you mentioned an X amount of ton of material coming out of Denmark alone each year. How big a percentage of this waste material can you recycle like this or reuse like this?
One of the things that's smart about this solution, where we facilitate new ideas in like each run or new solutions, is that the ideas are also catered to the specific quality of the incoming blade material. And one of the issues is that the blades are different sizes, different geometries, and different states. It differs if it's like a off-sea wind turbine blade that may be at lower quality, and you can then fit it to a solution where the structural integrity may be less of a quality concern in the product, and that way we will be able to take on more or recycle more of these blade materials in that way.
And I think it's also important to say that, of course, we'll not be able to process the entire amount of end-of-life wind turbines this way. We do not aim to either. We just want to be a part of the solution space there is. It might not be the best solution locally, but luckily this is a developing solution space.
May I ask a question? You create upcycling something, and how long would it last then?
That depends a lot on what it is. So if it's one of the use objects, such as the urban furniture, you might expect a lifetime of, say, 10 years, 7 years. But for the sound barriers, our life expectancy is a lot longer because they bear very little wear and tear, and the material is a very, very strong material that is used to being in rough conditions.
That's why it also doesn't make sense to incinerate it or just throw it into landfill, because it's such a great, strong material.
Yeah, thank you from me as well, explaining a clear problem and the solution to it. My question is, have you researched into the area, and do you know if anyone else is actually working on solutions for this, and what way are they going?
There's a lot of different stakeholders working on solutions like this. Vestas and Siemens has just come out with teasers. I think they're keeping it pretty close to themselves about the specifics of the technology, but they've been out publishing articles about them developing this technology and it being closing in on being mature, but not being there yet.
There's also, I think, emerging startup that is shredding the material and use it as a soundproofing material for also highway barriers. But this also, disintegrates the product in a way that it might not be reusable come the time when that is possible.
Okay. You say you get the blades for free. Yep. But this makes you also kind of vulnerable as somebody offers, for example, to pay for the blades because they have a business model which can generate money. Then you will have to pay, and your sound barriers and such will become more expensive. Will you be able to compete and to provide your solution even if you start having to pay for the rest product for the blades?
We have discussed this with Ørsted, who so far also have offers to buy the windmill wings to use them as polymer fillers. But they were more interested in using it for their biodiversity enhancing initiatives, as they have some internal goals that they want to reach, which exceed the value of what they could get for selling it as a polymer filler, as this has a relatively low value per tonnage.
Right. Yeah. I think it's difficult to say currently, like at the stage that we're in the project, if depending on what price people would be willing to pay for these end-of-life blades, it's difficulty estimating. But I think like the solutions create a great amount of value, and the municipalities would be paying for other materials already if they would implement similar solutions out of non-turbine blade materials. So I think it should work, but yeah, it's difficult to tell.
Maybe get the promise of Ørsted in black and white, like signed.
Yeah.
All right. That's it. We have 16, 13, 12, 11 seconds left. Sorry. Thank you, guys. This was BioBlade from the DTU. The team called X to the Power from DTU asked themselves a question: how can power to X be scaled down to private customers? Well, we are curious. It's yours.
Hello, everybody. We're X to Power. I'm Eric. This is Mikkel. We work closely together with Siemens and a representative from there. Our main challenge consisted of figuring out how to bring X to Power technology more available to basically everybody in the world. And the way we thought about that was, how are we using X to Power technology now? Now X to Power technology is mostly in larger industries and governments. We don't really see it as a consumer product. We see it with solar panels on roofs. That's a way to use power to X, but then now we need to turn this extra storage power back into power. So a way we see that for the future is a way it's already been done in the industry is with hydrogen storage.
Yes, so our idea for a solution is that you made the choice to buy solar panels for your house, and then summertime comes, the sun is shining, and you will not be able to use all this energy in your house, so you have an excess amount of energy. And usually, if you don't have any type of storage solution, then you will have to return this to the public power grid. And usually, in the summertime, this will cost you a fee, actually. So we think it's a way better idea to actually save this energy in your own house, so you can be able to use it later when you're not producing enough power with your solar panels. So our idea, using Power to X, is that you use this excess energy in an electrolysis system to produce hydrogen that you then can store in tanks, and then when the sun's not shining, then you can return this to a house via a hydrogen fuel cell system to use electricity. And a full tank system on 1 cubic meters could power your house for days or weeks at a time without the solar panels producing anything. So yes, that's our idea.
And the potential for this is quite big, just not just only in the resources, because lithium is a limited resource here on Earth, whereas hydrogen is the most abundant resource in the universe. Just in the US alone, there's over 3.2 million homes with solar panels that would be viable customers or users for such a system. If there was a fee where they live, they would not need to pay this fee. They would be able to use all the energy they produce all year round. It would also reduce the strain on the power grid. We have seen that a large amount in Denmark, where we talk about upgrading the power grid, because when everybody cooks at night or brews coffee in the morning, the power grid is very strained. And if everybody had their own small power source at home, they could just use that instead of straining the power grid. And this would also allow, if we had such a system in a home, would allow total independence or partial independence from external crises such as the energy crisis in Europe last year, but also from, let's say, the US, it could be power outages or total blackouts in areas. The innovative part of this project is figuring out how we can solve this extra power in a different way than just using, let's say, batteries that consists of limited rare earth materials. And we did this by combining existing solutions, just like Siemens is usually doing. They're very great at being system architects for such systems for a larger scale. So we wanted to challenge them as well and bring it to a smaller scale. And if we get to the production of these units, we could produce a huge amount, and that would actually push the innovation within the field and make the fuel cells and electrolysis systems cheaper to produce in the future, such as we have seen in the last 10 or so years with solar panels.
Yeah, so that's our last problem with feasibility. The technology exists right now, but it's still very, very expensive. But we would like to look at it as other types of new types of technologies, such as solar panels. And you can see on the figure that solar panels in the last 10 years has took a significant drop in pricing. And this is actually also our expectation for fuel cells in the next few years. A lot of companies are starting to invest a lot in research in fuel cell technologies and starting a production line. And this is the biggest cause of the huge price of fuel cell system right now, is that there doesn't exist any infrastructure or a large production line. So we expect in the next 10 years that it could be competitive in the future with using fuel cells as an alternative to lithium batteries, which is, again, a limited resource. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have questions from the jury.
Well, just if I may start, at the moment, at least in this country, you can buy a virtual battery for some 25 euros per month. So what would be the cost of your solution? Would it be viable for small appliances?
Yeah, well, for small appliances, it would be just as useful as anything else, because you need the power. So if you have the power you produce yourself, you don't pay for the power from the government or some other provider.
Okay. Again, also for you, I think we have 5 or 6 student teams in Eindhoven who work on similar solutions or parts of the solution, for example, different types of batteries. So I think an exchange with them would be useful. One of them is, by the way, here in the room. Yeah. So talk to each other. My question is about safety. Putting a hydrogen tank in the backyard of every home seems like a little bit risky. So did you maybe consider other target groups, maybe industrial target groups or agricultural target groups, where it might be more viable and more secure and have a little bit more space to take precautions?
Yes, we definitely considered the hydrogen storage problem, but we looked at we also looked at the legal in Denmark. Then it was actually not that bad. If you have a smaller storage system, then it only had to be a few yards away or a few meters away from the house and 5 meters away from the garden. But it would also be, we also thought about, it would be a great idea to use it in a more open fields areas. And then you could also, instead of solar panels, you could use it also for wind turbines, because those are usually more present in larger fields. So we think that would be. And there is also some other companies doing alternatives. We also looked at storing it via lithium hydrides. Then you don't have the explosive gas, but then again, you would just be using lithium again, and we want to avoid that. So yeah, I think that's why we ended in the storage tanks.
Thank you for introducing this idea. My question is, how exactly, what exactly is your team role in developing this technology, and how are you going to carry on? What are the next steps to actually get to the solution of the problem? I didn't really see that here.
Our team role has mostly been to validate the technology for Siemens, to figure out if this would be something that could be interesting business-wise for Siemens to engage in. So maybe to acquire certain companies or to develop these systems themselves. So the next step would be to work closer together with Siemens and maybe develop such a system, because it is quite expensive at the moment, where it would hopefully be way more inexpensive in the next few years. But the next step would be working closer with Siemens to develop a pilot project with them.
Yeah, and so maybe also some of the other companies that are starting to, on the rise, that produces fuel cells actually on a large scale. There's a company starting to set up a production line in Aalborg in Denmark right now, but it doesn't exist yet. So definitely creating a production line for fuel cells is a very large part, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you. This is just a super exciting area, super exciting technology. I'm sure it's going to have a major impact on our society. It's just a matter of when. Two questions. First, I mean, if you were to put your hand on the cooker, spend your own money, would you, or when would you start this business full time? And second question, how much is this project like? At this point, just research and the PowerPoint, or have you actually built some kind of prototyping or something like that?
I'll answer the last question first, and then maybe you'll answer the first question afterwards. In terms of if we've built the system, we haven't built the system. We have validated all the parts of the system and kind of figured out a bill of materials, figuring out what the cost is, and then we've estimated the cost in the future. So right now, our customer would be something like a more wealthier household that would be able to afford this type of system. It would still be profitable for them, but not as profitable as a similar system with, let's say, lithium batteries. So right now, our customer segment would be like technology first movers, people that buy technology first, like the first people to buy smartphones and such. That would be the first people to buy them. And later on, we would be able to offer it at a lower price as the technology obviously moves on.
Yeah, so I think our expectation was 5 to 10 years around, then you would be able to sell this type of solution on the market if you wanted. There is actually, we also looked at some other competitors. There's a company doing this, Australian company, and that's still a startup, but they have that prototype available already. So we think this is a market that's emerging right now in the next 10 years. So that's our expectation for this.
And that's it. Guys, do you have other members of your team here in the hall? No, it's just the two of you. Perfect. X to the power. Big applause. Now, if you want to shop, you probably need to park somewhere. The last team of this blog, Gamechanger 2.0 from DTU, have a solution for you.
Hi, does this work? Perfect. My name is William, and my team and I have been giving a case by Ballerup, the city where we live. It's a case where the solution both creates more sustainable local businesses, as well as a potential tool for designing more sustainable infrastructure in the future. Local businesses in Ballerup are failing due to lack of customers, meaning that there is a lack in revenue, which results in some of the shops having to close. This obviously affects the local economy. Through extensive research, including more than 300 different participants, it's become obvious that one of the main reasons for a lack of customers is the poor parking conditions. It's simply too difficult to find available parking spots, meaning that people actually drive out of town to shop elsewhere. When digging into this problem to find out what the actual problem which needs solving is, we find that we need to reduce the risk of unexploited parking spots. If you take one of the local shopping streets as an example, there are more than 200 different parking spots divided over 11 different areas. So this would probably mean that you would have to drive to 11 different areas before finding an available parking spot. Sometimes meaning that you waste 30 minutes just finding the free spot. We want to fix this by allowing the customers to drive directly to an available parking spot, and thereby removing one of their biggest pains and creating more customers who shop locally. We've done this by designing an app which allows the customers to drive directly to the available parking spots. It's easy to use. It shows you the available parking spots. You just pick the one that suits you the best, and it gives you direct locations to it. Furthermore, it allows the municipality to gather data and get a better insight of the parking needs, as well as the CO2 footprint provided by the customers. And this is very important for further projects. So from a social perspective, there are it creates a better and more sustainable local businesses, which benefits the community and help preserve the local culture. From a more sustainable perspective, it collects data for the municipality and the decision makers to finally make some better decisions on how to design the future infrastructure and make it more sustainable. And also, it limits the miles driven by the customers, ultimately resulting in lower fuel emissions. So we've tested this prototype on various customers with very, very promising results. Also, this is one of the only solutions that has been presented which actually utilizes the existing resources to this extent, making it much more affordable and quicker and much more likely to implement it. In fact, one of the local trade associations have put it on their agenda for their next meetings with the municipality, and we'll be working close with the municipality and the developers in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have still 1 minute left.
Yeah, well, that's for you.
I don't think we will have like 6 minutes of questions and answers.
Okay,
but yeah,
so
let's start.
We have a little bit of extra time. That's great. Could you just elaborate? Maybe I missed it, but could you elaborate on the technology that you use to detect like a parking space being empty? I mean, there's multiple solutions right now, sensors or cameras or whatever. What do you use?
Well, there's I forgot to say that, but it also utilizes existing technologies, which are mostly sensors, which would be used here in this case. There are also cameras. This is what we will be working with the developers to find out which one actually suits the best for the different parking areas. But yeah, that will be the technology will be used, either sensors at the different parking spots, or it will be cameras locating the available spots.
Yes. Okay. So I've been working myself in this space for some years, and all of these different solutions all come with different problems or issues in terms of like the camera when it's foggy or it's snowing or the sensors are runs out of batteries or stuff like that. So it is quite difficult to get get it very precise. And also, I like to say that I hope you also look into the competitive landscape of this, because there are actually a number of quite well-established companies doing similar things. So that's just a bit of advice.
Oh, definitely, yeah, we've looked into that.
Hello. It might be very important for buyers or shoppers. Now, you have one free slot and 2 people want to park. Which one would you honor?
If you have one free spot and 2 different people who needs to park?
Yeah.
And so your question is who
or
will...
your application should somehow decide.
So it's basically whoever will be first. So what I didn't mention is there will be the trial will be on the street I actually named, called Centrumgaden, will be probably the trial case or test case for it, and that will help us get better insight into which challenges might be experienced in these cases. Yeah.
What about, for example, the distance of the person from the spot?
The risk if someone takes the spot from you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we talked about that too. It should be it should know that. Well, it should recognize this, and it should show you another spot. We have talked about maybe being able to reserve a spot, but what we are afraid of is it being misused. Obviously, you could pay for it to be reserved, but yeah, we risk also that it would be misused. People would not show up for it; it would come late or stuff like that. Yeah.
So finding a parking space can be a problem in so many target groups. Why did you decide to solve this problem for the shoppers exactly?
Well, it's kind of difficult because it's like I don't know where you start. So the businesses were experiencing fewer and fewer customers, and the customers were saying that it's just not nice to go shopping there anymore because all the businesses or the shops they actually want to visit are closing. So they're closing because lack of customers. So we just started one end, if that answers your question.
Thanks. Isn't there a contradiction? You are saying they are losing customers, yet the customers are saying they don't find parking space. So if there are actually fewer customers, there should be more parking spaces available.
Yeah, well, the thing was, as I said, so there are available parking spots. The problem is having to find them. It's a pain. So there are parking spots. The parking spots are sometimes used by shop owners and stuff like that. The pain is actually having to find the free one in the first try. Instead of driving around to, let's say, 5 different parking areas, people just start to go elsewhere, where they know it's easy to find parking. So we want to exploit the parking areas there are, because we know that they're there. There aren't not enough parking spots. That's not the problem.
People always say they like to have small shops in the neighborhood, and they say that in interviews. But on the other hand, they always choose to write to the big global brands and the big supermarkets. So there's kind of a contradiction there. What insights do you have, for example, from those 6 users interviews, that you think that parking is the magic bullet that will make people really change that behavior with use of an application?
So we actually have quite a lot of insight into it. As I mentioned, there were 300 participants in the first research. And it's clear that they have stopped coming because they often want to drive there. But after trying twice, they just tend to go to the next town. So it's become, and when showing this, when giving people this option in their cars or trying to help them find the free parking spots, it actually made them, it removed a lot of the pain in these test cases we've had, and it said they're much more likely to come often. But obviously, that would be, have to be tested more extensively.
And that's it. Can we see your member teams?
Yes. goes up here.
All right, big applause for the Gamechangers 2.0. I think that we all agree that to be the first 6 teams is always terrifying in a competition like this. So I would like you to give a big applause again to all the 6 teams. Thank you very much, everyone, for your interesting ideas, and we'll be looking forward to seeing another ones in the second block. But now we have a break, so it's time to refresh, have a coffee, and please be back in this hall by 10:40. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to continue. And I would especially like to ask teams from TalTech and École Polytechnique to sit in front to be ready for their turn. The rules are, if you miss your turn, we'll skip you, so you better be prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. No, just, oh.
So one more a reminder from teams from TalTech and École Polytechnique to sit in front. Just make sure that you are all ready for your turn. So we have the teams ready, we have the jury ready. Is that so? Is that correct? Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we have a second block of final presentation of the third EuroTeQaThon ahead. And let us start with the team that moves us into the health sector. The team TestWell from Tallinn University of Technology aims to reduce number of medical laboratory tests.
Hello, everybody. We are TestWell. My name is Isabel, and this is Merit. Merit has been working as a lab specialist in Estonian hospitals for more than 10 years now. One lab specialist produced as much waste as 15 people in their everyday life. And this is the amount of plastic waste that Merit produced in just 4 days of laboratory work. So, as you can see, laboratory testing produces a lot of plastic waste. And here we face a serious problem. In Estonia, more than 25% of laboratory tests are being unnecessarily duplicated. And that's just not in Estonia. Redundant tests are a worldwide issue, costing 84 billion euros every year, with 14% on duplicate testing as an average global rate. 14% is the amount that is not need to be done every year. Moreover, generating laboratory tests creates 5.5 million tons of plastic waste every year. And TestWell is going to solve the solution by tackling the biggest reason why tests are being duplicated. Doctors do not have the time or the tools to do it. So, how does it work? Technologically-wise, it is a plugin that is being integrated into the hospital information system, which is being used for producing lab tests. So, when a doctor orders a test, TestWell will send request queries to the health information system by asking 2 questions. One, has this test been done? And secondly, when was this test done? When both of these questions are positively passed through the rules predefined for the time frequency of the tests, the doctor can continue on ordering the test without even noticing the TestWell is running in the background. But if those questions aren't positively passed through, TestWell will portray the result and the date of the last test on the screen as a pop-up to the doctor with a question, do you want to proceed? Here you can see the Estonian health information system in the hospital. And when a doctor orders the lab tests and submits the referral, TestWell will notify when a test is being duplicated. We conducted a survey amongst healthcare professionals in Estonia. And in total, we got 172 answers from specialists. Amongst them were doctors, nurses, lab specialists, and midwives, all of them who are very closely connected to the laboratory testing. And 90% of them said that it is a problem. And 83% of them are very interested in our solution. So if we think about a scenario in when all Estonian hospitals are using TestWell, we can save the Estonian Health Information Insurance Fund up to 15 million euros per year. And developed countries combined can save up to 12 billion euros worldwide. And if we think about waste, then we can avoid generating 770,000 tons of plastic waste every year, which, by the way, is 76 Eiffel Towers of waste. So as our product is very topic or specific, then our market is focused on healthcare institutions. And we start with Estonia, which is 27 hospitals and 111 practicing clinics. And in line of the commitment of creating a technological revolution, TestWell is resolute in creating a plugin that can be established as a globally recognized solution. So, as our first presumption, we plan on generating and doing the cost of 50,000 euros for development. And by the first year, we think of creating 200,000 euros of revenue. The team here consists of 5 people who are also here and co-presented TestWell. We have a really strong background in healthcare industry and technological field. And we will also, in the future, conclude developers and system architects, as well as outsourced personnel. We plan on generating TestWell with TestWell. Thank you.
Thank you. If the other members of your team are present in this room, maybe they can come forward so that we all see them. And you can now get ready for the questions from the jury. It's yours. Do you have the mic? Yes.
Thank you for the presentation, very nice. I do understand the problem, and I do understand that you have a solution. My question is, what is the actual product? It's, as I understand it, it's a piece of software that integrates with the existing IT system of the doctor, and then your software makes some kind of API call to a central database and returns the answer, and that's basically it, right?
Yes, that is exactly that. Thank you. Yep.
And have you investigated, is it feasible for you to sell this software as a sort of like an add-on or as a subscription? Or why would I not, as a doctor, have it integrated in my existing IT solution by the existing vendor?
Yes, thank you for the question. It is going to be a one-off sale, subscription fee. Actually, Isabel can tell you more about the product, the selling point, because she is our marketing officer. But yes, it does work on REST API, sending queries, posts, and gets. As long as there is a central information database having those results, it works. And we've seen it work. It does work. The code is there. We just need to put it into a nice little piece of software, like a compartment UI. But yeah, thank you.
And yes, we plan on making a one-off sale to the hospitals and the practicing clinics, as well as further on continuing with ongoing subscription fees.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So this is very nice, because sometimes I need to be stitched several times a week if the doctors are just mad. So I would like that. Just the question is how to perceive all the doctors that they do not need one extra more experiment. And the second is you will use a software which needs possibly a lot of certification. Have you investigated that?
Yes. So this is technically a decision support system, which falls under the Medical Device Regulation Act. To your first question, Can you repeat it, please? I couldn't hear it really well.
Well, I have several doctors, and each of them believes to another lab.
Oh, so the thing is that when you go to a lab, it will send the lab result into a central database, and all of the doctors can query into it. So it doesn't really matter where you go and get your blood work done. If the result is up there in the cloud, everybody can get access to it.
Thank you for your nice presentation. This seems like a dream world, but you mentioned in your presentation as well, we have 27 hospitals and 111 clinics. Have you actually collaborated with them already? Why would they be interested in this? Why? What's in it for them? Because we have seen in Estonia that getting even a joint registration system for appointments is very, very difficult, and it has taken years, and not still everybody is included. So what makes you think that they all want to jump on board with this idea?
So laboratory services is one of the few areas in the health industry that costs are rising. On average, 17% yearly, and this is something that the hospital has to cover themselves from their own budgets. So in a sense, the hospital wins from indirect costs from the services themselves, from reducing waste, electricity, workforce. Those are all indirect costs, because what the government gives them as a budget is their own. So yeah, in all of the clinics as well, it is in an indirect cost in the first few years.
As well as because Estonia is a small country, the survey managed to go into several hospitals and clinics as well, and we got already feedback from the management boards. They are already interested in, if we develop it, they would like to use it.
Okay, thank you. Just one more question so that you could explain exactly how it works. So let's say that I am a doctor, I have a patient who has some kind of health issues, and I'm thinking of sending him or her to some medical test. So what do? I open the database and see what has been done before?
Well, so in Estonia, there's a thing called data viewer, which is a complete history of a person's medical history. But our solution is that when a doctor is ordering tests, he's not going to go back and see if the test was already done. This will check it for him, saying that, hey, you know, can you put the next slide? That the uric acid has already been done. Do you really want to do it again?
Okay, so I see that slide, but I'm also looking at the two-pager that you have, and this is where my question comes from. This is one patient here, and the hemoglobin has been measured, but the value is very different. So me as a doctor, I won't see it. I just know it has been done, but I can't really judge if it needs to be redone in this case or not.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the doctors, we presume that the doctors have the knowledge because they have the medical training that they would know to judge it themselves whether they want to actually order the test or not. Hence, it is a support system for the doctors.
Okay, but they see when the test has been done and they can decide on that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, you will have to finish it afterwards. The questions are done. Thank you very much. This was the TestWell team. And now we have an interesting project that wants to fight against food waste. Please welcome the team Culinary course from TalTech.
This is Sten. Before, his family fridge looked like this. This year, his family decided to become more healthy, and now their fridge looked like this. Sten is still a child. And when he gets home from school, he has to wait for a proper meal and will be hungry until then because he has no knowledge issues how to cook food for himself. So we want to help Sten. And I'm asking you, are you passionate about making a positive impact on the environment and the health of the future generations? Yes. Great. That's what I want to hear. So half of the food waste is generated by households, and families throw away approximately 500 euros worth of food per year. That's Estonian statistics. And most of the household food waste comes from knowledge issues. they don't know. So, and also consumer preference towards unhealthy options because of knowledge issues. So we are Culinary course, and we are here to offer a solution. So our solution will be hands-on cooking experiences where we also educate children about the importance of sustainability and health. As school curriculum already have cooking lessons, then we will change the way they are taught and make them more impactful. Our mission is to reduce household food waste by teaching children how to cook healthy and diverse meals, while also utilizing food that would otherwise be wasted by farms and grocery shops. So from the farms and grocery shops, we collect the food that they would waste. So we will make a positive impact on children's way of thinking about the food and cooking. We will teach the creativity of making food that is in front of them or in their fridge without any recipes. And we will also help the next generation acknowledge the issue of overproduction of the food. So our target market is children ages of 7 to 18, which is 13% of the Estonian population. And it's not considering all the families that the children also can educate afterwards. So most of our funding will get the government funding programs. And we will also partnership with the grocery stores and farms that will give us the products that would otherwise be wasted. The wasted products are mostly the defective foods or the foods that have this best before label, but they're just thrown away. So by partnering with farms and grocery stores, we will help them to lower disposal costs. And the fee from the students, which is for the half of the school year, we will use to cover the expenses of necessary missing things. So my name is Merily. I'm the former teacher, so I know how the school system works. And with me is Anna, who is the designer and the marketing specialist that we also need our team. We will launch our first courses next year in January. So then they will be ready. And after that, we will continue developing our online course and maybe an app someday. So after our courses, Sten will be able to make himself a nutritious and a great meal just from the things he has in his fridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have your colleague with you here?
Yeah.
So come forward as well. And now you are ready to take the questions from the jury.
Well, for myself, for example, thank for this. Just I have one question because it's very important when teaching children to cook to give them the practical experience. For example, how to find out that the water is boiling. And how do you do that through internet?
Was that a question or just a...
Yeah, how would you address that through internet?
Yeah, but you can learn a lot of things from the internet if you want to, but most of us or most of the children just want to have like entertainment from the internet. And we are in school, in school system, there are a lot of like things that we teach, but not that many like life skills. So that's one of those.
Thank you.
They're just taking a recipe and all the students are bringing the food. They're just learning how to like cook food by the recipe. But we want to like be more than that. We want to like teach the creativity of that. But like after we have done like the first lessons, then the teachers themselves can like do the lessons afterwards.
And our teachers will be additionally teach, and they will get like extra trainings, so get extra expertise on the subject. So
one tip yesterday in the morning you got the workshop from DTU. They have a great website on how to do that workshop yourself. Maybe you can make something similar.
Yeah, I want to focus more on impact that you are going to make, because the problem you described is huge. Do you actually think you will see any results after children actually start doing this one training? Because I think, you know, what kind of difference is it going to make? Because children don't buy their family groceries and so on. So you think that they are actually going to change the mindsets of the parents as well. But please explain the impact it's going to make a little bit more, because it seems like you have a very big task ahead of you.
So as the school system changing works really slowly, and the mindset change is really slow, then actually we can change the children mindset from the early age. And if we start from the first classes, then the impact on the children will be really, really great, because yeah, they just see the classes. They take the classes every year, and they learn more and more. About the families, I think the children are the teachers of the families, and that way that the parents will also see that it can be done.
I would say, who can be against passionate children if they start cooking? If parents will see this passion to cook, so why parents cannot support these children? Because yes, if we will describe this plan, so we divided this course by 3 blocks. So first block will be theoretical part and interactive part, how to attract children to this process. Second part will be some basic cooking skills. And after that, on third level, children can apply their knowledge. And there will be some competition moment as well.
We're already seeing so many children make a great impact in this world, so it can be done.
Okay, thanks. It's a great mission you're on. It's very nice if kids can cook some good food. I would be maybe concerned a little bit about competition. Like most kids today, they spend a lot of time on YouTube, and you can go there and watch really cool cooking videos there. That's just a concern. My question would be how do you involve the parents? Because especially with smaller kids, I mean, you would have to have the parents involved in some way to motivate and to also avoid the boiling water and stuff like that. How do you plan to engage the parents in this?
Yeah, first we are not going to we are not going to cooperate with parents, because we actually want to tackle the problem through children. And for example, a lot of children are at home by themselves after the school.
I'm sorry, but we are running out of time, so you have 20 seconds.
Yeah, and if a children comes home, and when after that they can feed themselves, and the parent comes home and sees that the children has already eaten, I think they will be really surprised and really happy.
And that's it. Thank you very much. The team Culinary course. The next team is called the Team for Evolution from TalTech, and will present to you their solution for better decarbonizing in the building sector. The stage is yours.
Wonderful, thanks a lot. We're for Evolution, and we are empowering energy efficiency for everyone. So at the current rate of renovation, the EU is at risk of missing its target of decarbonizing the housing sector by 2050. And from the perspective of homeowners, this is not really a surprise. I mean, I myself wouldn't really know how to renovate my home, whom to contact. I might not even have the time, definitely don't have the financial resources yet. And also the supply chain behind the construction industry is very scattered. All different actors are rather disintegrated. So enter for Evolution. We are an end-to-end platform. What does that mean? We facilitate investments through crowdfunding. We facilitate the whole process from planning over well, managing the renovation to also maintaining renovation. And also the repayment scheme is very innovative in our case because it's not a classic or conventional bank loan. What we do is we use an on-bill scheme where the difference between the utility bills before your renovation and afterwards, after your renovation, so this difference will be used to pay back the energy efficiency renovations that we implemented in your home. So how does it work from a perspective of the homeowner? We built this pilot, just a very simple user interface, and it's actually very simple and very user-friendly. You just simply, in the first step, enter your address. We connected our platform to the Estonian Housing Registry. We retrieve information on your building, and then based on our automated and data-based tool, we suggest different renovation options, energy efficiency renovation options. In this case, for instance, you could apply for a heat pump. From the perspective of the investor, because remember, we're also facilitating this for a crowd investment platform, you can just simply go to our website as well, select different renovation options, select different projects, and then simply invest.
So why us? Actually, we are end-to-end efficiency platform, and the customer doesn't care about anything. We do everything from the beginning to the end, and we even care for the governmental supports. And also, we are not a conventional loan. We are on bill scheme, as he mentioned, and also we make finances accessible for everyone. So the investors can invest on green and social investment opportunities, and the households can get the loan or the finance with the bill payment history. Our feasibility also confirmed by some testimonies from our main shareholders through some interviews with utility companies, the renovation experts, and on-bill project. And we even get monetary supports from one of the projects in Europe on-bill scheme. And the impact is both environmental, social, and economic. 30 to 40% carbon reduction will be managed by each renovation project, and also we make this process accessible for everyone, and we build new revenue streams for every stakeholders.
So how do we want to, well, make this vision come true? How do you want to go to the market? So what are the next steps for us? In the coming stage, in the seed stage, we want to develop the platform and then also establish partnerships with potential stakeholders. For instance, in Estonia, we have already established potential partnerships with a utility company, and also there was a European on-bill scheme that was run by the European Commission, and also with them we have already been in contact. In the then following stage, in the validation stage, we want to launch a pilot project in which we hope to implement 8 renovation projects by the end of 2024, and also validate our concept and the workflows within. Later on, we have an admittedly ambitious target of well, securing up to 500,000 euros in crowd investments, through which we could then facilitate 50 projects per year at an average interest rate to the homeowner of 7%. So we are a team of 2 PhD students in smart cities, architecture, design, and governance, as well as 1 platform developer, and as any good startup, obviously also a dog. So yeah, so that's it. Thanks for your time. Come and join us in our journey to empowering energy efficiency for everyone.
Now I'm a little bit confused. The dog is the 4th part of the team or a 3rd part?
If anything, the CEO, definitely the most important part.
No, I'm asking if you have a 3rd person,
no,
actually.
unfortunately not.
All
Phil
right.
is not.
Okay. Can we get the questions from the jury?
Okay, thank you. Can you just please bring some concrete examples on how you are going to establish those partnerships that you so heavily rely on? On paper, it looks very easy, but how are you actually planning to do it?
It is indeed rather complicated, and I will show a very complex slide there indeed. So who are the stakeholder groups? We need contractors, we possibly also need auditors, We need utility companies to facilitate the whole process. And also we need crowd investors, and we obviously also need the homeowners in the end. So how are we going to combine that? It's really a platform-based design, and we're actually taking some inspiration from the European On-Wheel scheme that we actually already mentioned. It was a pilot project run by the European Commission. And what they did, they really had just one-to-one connections. For instance, they run this pilot project in different countries. For instance, in Spain, they had one contract with a utility company. They had a very small pilot area. Then they had 1 or 2 contracts with contractors. So it was a very, let's say, bottom-up approach where they really had these connections. They really built these connections. So for us, it will really be a process of trying to replicate it, trying to really build these one-on-one connections. Obviously, it's a very complex approach. We are fully aware of that. But still, once we have set this up, we believe that we can really generate value for everyone in this chain.
But just in 5 seconds, one concrete example.
In 5 seconds. With a utility company, we go to them, we ask for the customer base, for instance. We ask whether they want to generate revenue based on their customer base, and we will then leverage their...
And if they're not interested?
Pardon?
And if they're not interested?
Then we need to move to the next one. I mean, obviously, luckily we have already spoken to someone from Eesti Energia, actually. So yeah, so we know there is some interest and there is some potential.
Okay. I recently saw how a renovation like this in a home worked. And basically, a guy comes to the home and says, oh, you can do these things. And you look at, like, what's the price, and you pick and select whether you can afford them or want them, and what's the impact. I really believe in the funding scheme, that you can, if you cannot afford it, that you can go to crowdsourcing and get the impact. But I don't know why can you explain to me why you want to replace that person by a system who will connect to all those different things? What's the benefit in that?
Yeah, so there are sort of 2 sides to it. One side is that in the end of the day, we still probably need an auditor who really goes there and sees, okay, what makes sense. This might be until we get to the fully automated stage. But still, also, we actually linking our data, or like our platform, to another database, which is currently being developed in my research center. And they are developing sort of like a tool that tries to understand. They have a database of I don't know how many renovation options, it's thousands, and they really try to understand, okay, which is the best for which housing type. So we're trying to tap into that information, and that already allows us to already have an automated process. What's the benefit of it? I mean, many homeowners, for instance, they are not really encouraged, or they are perhaps even quite anxious to engage in a renovation process. They don't have the legal knowledge, they don't have the legal advice, and so on and so forth. So we are trying to make it more accessible and try to reduce the steps as much as possible, also by integrating the funding scheme. This is something that usually if you go to a bank, it's an extra step. Plus, on top of that, I mean, advertisement that say you can get a bank loan at an interest rate of 4% are probably for those who have a quite good payment history, but they're definitely not accessible to anyone. So really reducing the accessibility thresholds and trying to make it as accessible as possible.
We had 1 minute left.
All right.
So last question.
Well, just could you tell us an example of a working cooperation within that system? Just a problem solved, for example, for a real customer?
Okay, yeah, obviously. So for instance, I'm a homeowner. I know, for instance, that all over Europe, especially in Germany, heat pumps are a quite debated topic right now. I want to install a heat pump, but I don't really know where to start. So you can come to our platform, try to understand, okay, does a heat pump even make sense? Do I want to have a heat pump? Does it make financial sense as well? And we will try to walk you through the process and try to offer something that is really accessible and feasible for you. So yeah, this could be, for instance, one case of how it could work, the platform.
So far is virtual.
Pardon, what was that?
So far is a virtual case.
Yeah, there will be a virtual
case. Thank you.
Indeed, yeah.
Right, that's it. Thank you very much. This was the 4Evolution team. When it comes to agricultural residues, those are not used to its full potential. That was the starting idea of the next team, BioCharge from École Polytechnique. The stage is yours.
Before starting, I want you to meet Pedro, a rice producer in Mexico. Today, Pedro faces two main challenges. First of all, he has a lot of unused rice waste, which, since it's the cheapest way to get rid of it, he burns it. The second main challenge is that last year, he lost 7% of his crop yield due to droughts, but also because of decreased soil fertility. This is where BioCharge steps in. We help farmers use their unused agricultural waste in order to produce biochar. Now, you may wonder, what is biochar? Biochar is also known recently as the new black gold. In particular, it's a specific type of charcoal which has interesting physical and chemical properties that give it a lot of very interesting applications. For example, it can be used in soil remediation as we want to use it. In this case, it can help improve the crop yield in the tropical areas, as well as to help have more water retention in soil. At the same time, because of the production process of biochar, the production of biochar helps sequester carbon. And actually, since you're actually taking carbon from organic matter, it's one of the highest quality carbon credits out there in the market, which means it's highly coveted, expensive, and right now, there's not that much produced. In fact, the IPCC has estimated the global predictions of the potential of biochar to be 2.6 billion tons of capture per year, which is around more than the aviation industry worldwide. To go a bit more in depth into how biochar is produced, it's going through a process called pyrolysis. This process has been going on already since a couple of decades, and you take organic biomass, burn it with low oxygen, taking the O2 out of CO2, which gives you this rich carbon content, which is called biochar. At the same time, we produce gas, oil, and other things that we can valorize to produce excess power that can be sold, and then just give it to communities around. Now, if it's so simple, you may ask, it's input, output, boom, magic product, how come it's not there yet? Well, in reality, it's much more complicated than this. The system depends on a lot of factors that give a lot of different variability according to the conditions. And in fact, the efficiency of your biochar will depend on many of these, which means that unless you find the right conditions to make it work, it's very hard to make it profitable. This is why we've come up with an innovative business model where we want to take optimization models and our background in mathematics and technology together with the EU carbon markets, which are stronger than ever, and they're going to keep on increasing, to make accessible biochar for Pedro and many other farmers in developing countries. Now, Philippe will explain the rest of the solution.
Yeah, so our project will be split in two phases. First, we'll build a pilot phase where it helps specifically Pedro installing a small plant right at his rice mill. We're going to use all of his rice husk, produce biochar, co-generate electricity and heat, sell all of that to Pedro's facility, his farms, and his farmer partners. This pilot phase is also important for us to get all the necessary certification for the EU carbon market and fine-tune our optimization models. So even though this plant is a small step for biochars, it's a big step forward for a sustainable future. Not only do we get the environmental benefits that biochar gives us, so a lot of CO2 captured, a lot of agricultural waste that is valorized, but by targeting developing countries, we also get a lot of social impact. So we take money from big European polluters and give it back to those who are most vulnerable to climate change, essentially using the European carbon markets to the extent that they were designed initially. And we can also power poorer and remote households with clean energy, heat, and better agricultural products. So yeah, good news from even this one small plant. But now you may be wondering, how does this all scale? Well, I invite you to look at this map over here. And as you can see, there's a lot of red on this map. What does this red mean? Every red area means that the UN considers this soil as very degraded soil, which means that every red spot could be a potential biochar plant. Well, of course, not all of them grow rice. Well, that's not a problem for biochar, luckily. Any dry residue works. Also, it's very clear that we cannot use the same deployment model and the same plant design everywhere on these red spots. Well, this is exactly where our digitalization techniques come in. By simulating a lot of possible plant designs, a lot of possible deployment models, we can see which one is most efficient for every specific location and bring accessible biochar to everyone around the world. Right, so this slide gives a quick overview of the global biochar market. You can see here we have the European producers who take the highest quality biochar, highest quality inputs, but that makes it unaffordable for farmers, unfortunately. They only sell to individuals. There are also projects that are more similar to ours, such as Net Zero and Husk Ventures. They take a very traditional approach to scaling, looking at every new plant manually, which we think might be slow, and we hope to bring a breath of fresh air in this very traditional industry and scale up faster. But additionally, after talking to all of these producers, we realized that there's a lot of space for newcomers in the market, and right now competition is not a big concern. All right, thank you for your attention, and join us to kickstart the next farming revolution.
Do we have other members from your team?
The rest of the teams we're in final exams right now, so most of the other guys couldn't come right now.
All right. So you will be now examined by the jury.
Well, so you have a very nice idea that fits into the current world. May I ask, how far are you to the realization? What has already been done and which steps remain?
Right now, I want to show just we did a lot of scoping around the current state of the biochar industry. So we contacted a lot of experts and manufacturers that have already experience in there. We also went with industry partners who, as we said, were very open to have newcomers in the field. So they gave us a lot of tips, ideas, and also like kind of gave an overview of how it works, what doesn't work. At the same time, we also contacted Pedro. Yeah, as Philip said, he's a real producer in Mexico. So we talked with him already. He told us his waste, and actually he would be interested to partner with us to have our plants in her site, should we proceed with our project. Now, the next steps, of course, would be, first of all, to proceed with the funding, and at the same time to concretize all these partnerships that we have, to get some contracts, and then just proceed with the scoping of the actual site that we want to make it a reality.
Okay, thank you. I'm a bit unsure exactly what is your product. Is that sort of the device or the oven that sort of creates this product? Or let me ask in another way. For the pilot project, you had a budget for, I think, 300,000 euros. Could you say what are those money going to? I mean, what are you going to use that money for?
So this 300,000 euros would be used to just build the plant in Pedro's facility. So here we use existing plant designs that we tweak a little bit to just start a pilot, see if our calculations are correct, see if everything is correct. So this, would just be an existing biochar plant, as the one that we showed multiple slides before. Later, for the scale-up, our product would be more the models and the optimization tools that we will have to help other Pedros and many other farmers around the world build the most efficient biochar plant for their site.
Thank you. So you mentioned that biochar is a new black gold, so obviously a lot of other teams are attracted into this market as well. And you also mentioned that you want to offer it at a reduced price than your competitor. Can you please very clearly explain who your competitors are and how are you going to achieve this price advantage?
As we said, the competitors is right now the market is very, very young. So actually, there's not really much production in most countries right now. For example, in Mexico, last week the first biochar plant was inaugurated. So it's a very young thing that is happening right now. So they are not really developed at the scale as to there's enough biochar to have competition with other people. Now, the reason why we're able to achieve those smaller prices is, first of all, because we can leverage in the developing countries, you have lower cost and also more availability of higher quality feedstocks that are available everywhere compared to Europe, for example. And you can also, if you manage to sell the carbon credits to EU companies that are willing to pay probably up to 200 euros per ton for each credit, then you can leverage the scheme. So you have to actually put the whole mechanism in place so you can produce the biochar cheaply in somewhere that it can work with the right conditions that you need to find, where we intend to leverage the technology to leverage to help us find these places in the scale-up part, and then put all this system together to allow us to produce it. And since right now there's not that many people doing it, it also doesn't compete with them.
Yeah, and so maybe just to add to that with concrete numbers. So for example, here we have Terra Fertilis, which right now I think they sell their biochar at like 2,500 euros a ton, which is a lot. That's the highest we've seen. Then companies like Better Soil and the general EU consensus market is like 700 euros to 1,000 euros per ton. And then Net Zero and Husk Ventures, and the price we're aiming for is 150 to 300 euros a ton. So this is like just to give some numbers.
Yeah, and also through our project, we not only plan to really create a local business, but also we will be able to impact the local community around the farmer by providing green energy solutions that can be created during the process of pyrolysis to create biochar.
Okay. Compliments. I think you're the first team today presenting a global solution in instead of a local solution. But that also comes with challenges, because biochar is a fertilizer, and with all fertilizers, it can have, or it can be used as a fertilizer, and all fertilizers have like short-term benefits, but you should use it wisely, because otherwise it can degrade like the soil. It's like giving medicine to somebody without instructions. So I wonder, these countries where you want to use it, they lack regulations in agriculture and land use. How are you going to overcome this and make sure that eventually the use of biochar isn't damaging the soil more than short-term benefits?
Actually, I want to just say something. Biochar is actually it's not a fertilizer, actually. It's an amendment. And so it's something that you use once, and for 10 years it stays in the soil. You can also, which also means that it has its drawbacks at the same time, because you cannot use it the same as fertilizers every year to feed your things. This means that the first year that you use it, you need to put biochar together with other organic fertilizers, or still use a little bit of fertilizer in order to feed the plants. But what biochar actually does is that it helps repair the soil, and it has a very porous structure that allows like a better microorganism environment to grow in it. So what it actually does is that it gives more structure and natural compounds to the ground.
And that's it. I'm sorry, the time is gone. This was BioCharge. Thank you. Our upcoming tip, called Power Off from École Polytechnique, tackles energy savings in French household. How? They will tell us.
Yes. Do you all want to save energy? Raise your hand. Yeah. Do you know how to reduce by at least 40% the energy consumption of a household with very little budget? Well, we have the solution for you. Behavioral change. In the Power Off team, we are convinced that changing of behavior is an easy and economical way to save a lot of energy and live a better life. And to demonstrate it, we're going to do a case study of a two-people household living in a flat and accessible by public transport. And they have typical annual consumption values, and we're going to reduce by at least 40% their energy consumption. So the first measure we propose is that they stop coffee. So maybe there are coffee addicts among you, but that need coffee to stay awake. So we have a solution for our household. They should sleep earlier, so they will feel better in the morning. And by the meantime, if they stop binging watch series all night, they will save a lot of energy. If they feel better, they will also have more strength to bike. When they arrive in town, they just bring their bike at the back of their car and drive, so they will save a lot of energy. And to gain time, they can also go shopping after work instead of spending hours in traffic jam on weekend to go to the mall. They can also eat cold meals. It saves the energy of electric plates and the oven, and it's tasty too. Think about gazpacho, tabbouleh, tiramisu, chocolate mousse, stuff like this. Finally, they can also work on the temperatures. They could take cold showers during the summer. It actually saves a lot of energy, and it's good for health and for energizing. And if they lower the room temperature and the cocoon with that nice sweater they were offered at Christmas by their grandparents, the convector will thank them and their grandparents too. But you will tell me, it seems really nice, but how can you transform a couch potato that watches series all night into a superhero that sleeps early and takes cold showers? Well, our answer is, don't overestimate what you can become in the short term, but don't underestimate what you can become in the long term. Take your time, plan your transformation. For example, if you want to watch less series episodes, start watching one less on Monday, and the next month you try on Monday and Tuesday, and so on. And that's how you'll progressively become a superhero.
So everybody in the market wants a solution that is simple, easy to use, sustainable, it's cost-effective, and save energy. This is what our solution answers. What makes us special? Combined with energy-efficient appliances, smart technologies, and behavioral strategies, we would recommend tips that tailors your needs. It suits you and your profile. Also, we would create an awareness, like we'll raise awareness and profile guidance to people to know tips that they can adopt to have a behavioral change. Still like taking cold showers. You don't know the health benefit you will gain, but if you start taking cold showers, there's so much you are going to benefit from it. Also, our solution is cost effective. It's free. We are not giving you these tips for you to pay money. No, we are giving you these tips so that you can reduce your energy consumption in your household, and also you can plan it alongside with your budget in terms of if you have to change your appliances, you get to know what you are earning, what can you adjust, and what can you move on to make these changes. And we're not just about money, making money, or telling you save your money. No, we are also about positive environmental and health impacts you will make. Do you know that if you reduce your energy consumption, you're going to be reducing your carbon emission alongside? These are the benefits you can also get. And also, you are also going to live healthy. Who are these people we want to work with? We want to work with home owners. Every one of us lives in our homes. Do we apply these tips on our daily lives so it's useful to every one of us? Students, eco-conscious individuals, we all answered the question, I want to save energy, but do we know how? These are things we want to do together, work with you to achieve this. Small and commercial business owners, institutions. So, if you are passionate about saving energy, if you are passionate about reducing the carbon emission on the world, come work with Power of Team. We are here, we want to collaborate with you, we want to give you tips and do this. That is why we say, if you change your behavior, if you change your appliance, and you save energy and the world, it all starts with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a shorter time for questions now.
Thank you. And you talk about saving energy, but you radiate an abundance of energy. So that's really nice, especially halfway all the pictures. So can you give me an example of where this kind of behavioral change has been done before, and that is inspiring you that that you can really achieve these goals?
Okay, for our challenge, we were given a case study to reduce a house consumption, and we had to relate the household into our own personal families, where we noticed that at the time of, like from me, I'm from Nigeria, which is in Africa, when there's electricity, everybody just switch on all the gadgets, nobody cares what is going in or what is going out, so we kind of waste energy. But if we know how we manage our time, if you're not watching the TV, why is it on? Like, we get to change so many little things. If you take cold showers, like, we get to implement some little habits, or instead of using a normal lightning, use a LED bulb, like little habits that doesn't cost much, but we are not aware of this. So this was a kind of implementations that we decide to work with.
So how many people you know that are that passionate about that electricity saving that they are able to make their life more uncomfortable?
Actually, our message is that changing of behavior will lead you to a better life. You will stop to be a coffee addict, you will do some sport, you will be more healthy. So it is our specialty. Some people will say coffee is energy consuming, don't drink it. We say, imagine a life where you don't need coffee, and it can be great.
Just please explain more clearly how you actually convince people on that. Because it's not that easy, as you explain. I don't want to give up coffee so easily.
Well, actually, we believe in the power of storytelling. I think the people are afraid to change because they don't know what is going next. So what we want is giving tips is a thing, but making people imagine what could be their life
if they change, is something bigger and maybe more sustainable?
Let's say 1 minute left, 20 seconds to it.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think basically what you're saying is, to be honest, very common sense, common knowledge. I mean, everybody knows how to save energy by putting on a sweater at night, or maybe not watching the series every night. I mean, I just don't understand. Is this just a statement from you, or do you have like a real product or concept about this? How are you going to incentivize people? What are you going to do that's different from everybody else?
Okay, we know that it's a common tip that everybody knows, but it is not practiced. That is what we are trying to say. So we want to create an awareness that we make this known. We make it known to everybody. So we are starting from educating ourselves now, but we hope to go further by creating an engaging tool, sort of like a website, where we give you tips. So you come, you register your profile, you tell us what you have in your house and all of that, or we make booklets and disseminate it everywhere. But we just want to start with creating an awareness. Let everybody know. We know it, but we don't practice it. So we want what we know, we want to put it into practice. That is what we are soliciting for.
Okay, thank you very much. This was Power Off. And once more, energy savings. This time the team Energize Savings from École Polytechnique will present their solution.
Thank you.
So wait for the presentation and you can start.
Okay, so hi everybody. Let me introduce you the case study of Jeanne and Michel's story. Jeanne and Michel are a couple that live in a small French house in Aix-en-Provence in France. And they have a high energy consumption. So they pay a lot of bills and they feel guilty for the planet. So that's where we intervene with the Energize Saving team in the École Polytechnique Challenge. And we decided to gather some solutions in order to help them tackle this problem and deeply reduce their energy consumption. So we provided them tips like raising the temperature inside the fridge by 2 degrees, changes in behavior like carpooling instead of taking their own car every morning alone, or changes in devices like using solar heater to take the shower every morning. So we made the whole calculation of all of this with the prices and benefits and energy saving. And we finally arrived to the conclusion that they could reduce their energy bill and their energy consumption by 70%. But we had omitted the detail. Well, we had omitted the human factor, such as the laziness or the forgetfulness, or simply the lack of day-to-day motivation. So the real question was how to motivate people on a day-to-day basis. And that's why we invented our main idea, the Energize Saving application, that I will present you in a few steps. So first of all, this application will use the technology of electronic signature. It will use home sensors already present in some houses in France, and it will use the specific electronic signature of each device in order to detect when a specific device is connected. For an example, a dishwasher and a fridge don't have the same electronic signature, so it can monitor when each device is consuming and how it's consuming. And then we will use, based on AI, reminder of specific tips to your own case, and daily reminder for specific actions in order to, for example, if you're going to cook, the device will will know that you're going to cook, and they will provide you specific detail on your application, specific advice, and then you will apply them directly without thinking to it. But we wanted to go further in motivation. And that's why we took inspiration from sports motivation application like Strava for running, or like others like Flores for concentration. And we decided to create an encouraging system and a social community to enable you to set new records, to share your ideas with others, and to challenge your friends and our neighbors, our families. And this will really, So this will really remind you of actions to do. And you will meet your commitments in the long run. So how will we do this? First of all, we will have to do partnerships with sensor providers. In the meantime, we will have to develop our application and AI interface. And we will reach our first target, which are homeowners, and our second targets, which are firms or states, or we really want to apply them in the most places as possible. And so that's why I demand your support to help Jan and Michel finally achieve the objective in a funny way. Thank you.
It was a very stressful last minute, right?
What?
Stressful last minute for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's the time for the questions of the jury. Oh, sorry, member team, yes.
Well, hello. You have a nice goal to reduce energy consumption, which is very important. At the same time, you collect a lot of data from which an AI-based application could deduct a very vast amount of information which was not intended at the beginning, especially in companies, but also at home. So how do you manage to keep your goals and not leak any information?
Well, okay. This is an interesting question. Indeed, we have a lot of we have to have a lot of data in order to make our AI work, and we had to train the AI with. We have to at the beginning to tell them that we are using this device. So we are producing data, and indeed, it's a key point to make sure that this is transmitted in a secure way to the application in order to not to. I mean, this each home will have its specific data, and it won't go out of each device. And there is no reason why another person will know that you're using a specific device.
Actually, I want to add up.
Just continue talking, it will start.
Okay. Actually, for example, in France or around the world, I think almost 18% in their home, they will have an electricity monitor to calculate their electricity consumption. And in this way, actually, for example, there is a famous electricity company which called Devices is turning on and then give you specific tips for each devices. For example, when you are cooking, he analyzed that your burner is turning up. Then he will give you some reminders like you can put a lid on your pot. In this way, you can, maybe you are not aware of the heat loss from the evaporation. And in this way, when he gives you a reminder, even if this is a little tips, simple tips and feasible, in this way you can remember that there is a lot of things that you can do to reduce your energy consumption.
Okay. A tip, a warning, and a question. Tip, contact in Eindhoven, the student team SimEnergy, they're working on a similar product. A warning, don't just copy the design of apps, even if it's for another application into presentations. The question, what kind of business models are you considering? Who is going to pay for the app?
I didn't.
What kind of business models are you considering?
The business model.
So what is the cost and benefits?
Yeah, I have general slide. Okay, so we will send our application. So we won't sell the application to people. It will be free. And so what will be the costs? The main cost will be the development of the application. So it will be around 20,000 euros. The development of the AI, so we'll have to make a teamwork on this AI, and we will have to do partnerships with sensor sellers. So we could imagine they take a part in the benefits that I will explain later, and we will have to pay advertising like 50,000 euros to make our application known. But the money we will earn, it's like all other applications, like they are doing some advertising on the application, and by doing just one advertising by day for the people, we calculated that it would benefit and it would be great for it.
We have 20 seconds only.
Okay, so very quickly, why are you better than the previous team who is trying to solve the same problem?
Because our teams will not change your lifestyle. Actually, we will find some
easy
tips,
yeah,
easy tips to feasible tips, like you don't need to stop watching TV, but you can, when you do some laundry, maybe you are doing other things, you don't need to, you can turn off your TV at this time. Or when you are cooking, maybe there are some simple tips that you
Sorry, but the short answer was very nice.
We will remind you the tips. So that's it.
We're out of time. Thank you very much. This was Energize Savings. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it for the second part of the presentations, and we will now have a break till the noon. So please be back at 12. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Take your seats, please. We are about to continue with the third block of presentations. I would like to ask if all the teams from Munich and Eindhoven are here and ready. Perfect. We don't have the... Ah, we do. So now we are about to hear last 6 presentations of today's program. Then there will be a lunch, which is a good news too. But now we are about to start the last block of this year's TechAthon with the Team Compliance Alliance from Technical University of Munich. They deal with textile waste. Come here, it's yours.
You can go ahead.
Yes.
92 million tons of textile waste are produced every single year worldwide. That's around the size of the Mount Everest. So we are basically producing a mountain of trash every single year. But what are the consequences? We are not just wasting textiles, we are wasting water. Because with the water that we need to produce those textiles, we could give drinking water to 90,000 people for 1 year. So how are we going to solve this issue? Currently, the EU Commission is developing the digital product passport. And this will mandate all textile companies inside the EU to disclose environmental characteristics of their products to promote circularity and improve transparency for the customers. But so far, there is no standard calculation method to calculate the recyclability of a textile product. And this leads to a lack of comparability and transparency, because every company can use different methods. And that's why we have developed our own comprehensive recyclability index. It has a holistic approach to ensure product comparability and to make sustainable choices way much easier for customers. That means if the European Commission implements this index in their regulation about the digital product passport, textile companies have to use this regulation to stay compliant with EU law. And additionally, by increasing the traceability and availability of data, the intention is to make the move to a circular economy way easier. So we provide the solution, but we can only reduce this mountain of textile waste if we can submit our solution to the European Commission and create an alliance of circular compliance on the EU level, because the European decision process is very complex. It involves a lot of policymakers and a lot of stakeholders. So we have to build this alliance to finally integrate it in the product passport. And if it will be integrated, this will have a huge impact on all textile companies within Europe and therefore boost sustainability along the entire value chain. And how our index works exactly, Visesh is going to explain you.
Right, thank you. Right, so our standardized recyclability rating index is based on research of academic papers, as well as of the French law AGEC, which has been very successful in mandating suppliers make certain disclosures. Every single one of our components is based on scientific calculations. So what are the components? One is the access to collect waste efficiently. 2 is the industrial scale for recycling the product. 3, the energy consumption of the recycling process. 4, recycling material as part of the product. And finally, 5, absence of any material that limits recycling. The 5 components are then given a weight of 20% each. Based on the 5 criteria, a final score is then calculated of the product, and it is then color-coded into a rating scale from A to G. To give you a concrete example of one of the components and how it's calculated, take this chair as an example. During disassembly, if this chair were to contain any impurities or mixed materials, such as varnishes or foamed plastics, it would then make recycling very difficult, giving it a score of 0%. Now, To actually visualize the index, you can see the score that the product has received on each of the 5 components. Adding them up, the chair has received a score of 45%, placing it on the D category. We have the final rating scale, but what does that mean for you? Take a second. Imagine you're at home, shopping online, and you have to choose between 2 chairs. Both are the same price, and both seem equally comfortable to sit on. Using our recyclability index, you can make a choice that is truly sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have other
Yes.
team members? Yes. Come in front, and you are ready for the questions, I guess. Right, Jari, fire away.
Good afternoon. It's very nice to have an information for the customer. Now, how far have you gone with any, let's say, contacts with the politics?
Yes, that's a very important question because that's where the negotiation part begins. And we are aware that the European decision process is very complex because it's very different interests. And we reached already out to the chairwoman of the Committee of the Internal Market and Customer Protection. And their feedback is already inside of this index. So we've taken the first steps, and the next step would be to enter this network of compliance to go further with it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's a great idea. I just have one concern or one question would be like, is this purely like an EU thing, or how will we? I mean, if the EU imposes these things and become more strict on these things, how about the other parts of the world? Will they not just take over the market, or?
Yes, also very important question. And the digital product passport will be implemented for products that are on sale on the European market. So it's for European customers. It's a European customer solution. So also products from China, for example, which is the country, the biggest producer of textiles, also they should be compliant. But of course, this passport is on a very early stage of negotiation. That's why we have good timing to enter this now, to give our index early enough inside and give the policymakers the base for starting the negotiations.
When you look at this index, it grades the products being sold on the internet, and you can get the sense that when you have like category A, that you have the most sustainable product. Whereas the most sustainable product, for example, a sweater, might be already in the sweater you have in your cabinet or somebody else already has. So second-hand stuff is actually the most sustainable option, whereas it doesn't show up on here. How do you account for that omission? And how do you could you include that in this system?
Well, at the end, the index focus on the end of life of the product. So let's say that whenever we go to that end of life of the product, you will already have an used product. So our main focus here is to see if that already used product, how easy it is with the methods and the whole supply chain that we have in that waste collection or in that waste phase to recycle the product. So at the end, all of the inputs or most of the inputs should be textile products already used.
Okay, then maybe a tip. Maybe you can collaborate with one of the French teams who really, instead of focus on the product, focus on the behavioral change.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you propose? What year will we be in this situation that we actually have the recyclability index in use? And what are the 3 major steps we need to take from now towards this date?
So your question is where we want to put our focus for the next steps? Sorry.
When do we have this recyclability index in use, and what are the 3 major steps to get to that stage? Obviously, there are many steps, but just name 3 major ones to get there.
Yeah. Yes, good question. I mean, we are ready. The index is there. It's very easy to use it. But on the European level, the decisions can take years. And that's at the moment somehow out of our hand for now. But that's what we actually hoping to be the next steps for us personally, that if we hand this to European Commission, they are going to invite us to work on that together. And then we would be happy to be part of it. And for example, I worked already in politics. I have quite some contacts. And I would be happy to use that to form the alliance of compliance also on the European level.
We have 20 seconds.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This was Compliance Alliance.
Thank you.
All right, now I have a question for you. Are there any fans of green bank theory? Ooh. No, you might become one. The team SoftAware from the Technical University Munich offers an idea of green coding. Ladies, it's yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome. We are SoftAware, and we are currently helping software engineers to develop green code, as well as helping them to raise their green conscience. So have you ever used ChatGPT? It is a pretty cool thing, right? However, it also has got its downsides. For instance, all of these tools are very energy intensive. Moreover, they are winning millions of users by the minute. This will only create that in 2040, more than 14% of the entire world's carbon footprint will be accounted to the technology sector. But anyway, we all want a better world, and so does Islam. So for reference, Islam is one of our mentors and also a software engineer. He also participated in the last EuroTech Collider, and because of that, he started pondering about the importance of teaching software engineers about sustainability, and also how could he help to reduce the carbon footprint of the technology industry. So is it just Islam, or are there any other software engineers currently concerned with this issue? In order to find this out, we conducted a survey with 74 participants, and as the results portray, there is very little knowledge among them regarding sustainability. Moreover, 74% of them said that they've never implemented sustainability practices in their software development. However, and this is the good news, 89% of them said that they are willing to learn more about it. So this is why our solution is an all-in-one web course that targets the education of software engineers. This solution is based on the 3 pillars of our theory: raising awareness, footprint tools, and solutions. Compared to our competitors, such as Microsoft and Linux, we didn't stop at the raising awareness part. Based on our research, we add value by including the footprint tools and solutions into our website. All in all, we'd like to summarize this and call it our green bank theory. Hopefully you found the green bank theory really cool. Moving on from this, we are SoftAware, and this is what our solution is. This is our website. We start with giving you a brief introduction of what sustainability is, why it should be important to you, and what we're going to deal here with. You can directly go on and dive deep into our courses. They start with how to start the course, and they break down sustainability so that it's digestible for you. Since you don't come, probably a lot of software engineers won't be coming from sustainability field. We can go on one of the courses right now and have a look at it. It will have video content, some notes, some references that you can have a look at, and that's me. We shot all of our videos ourselves. Well, what about the carbon footprint of a solution? That's a really interesting question we had when we were developing our product, and we wanted to be as carbon neutral as possible. So what we thought was, as carbon neutral as possible. And then we wanted to check whether our website was carbon neutral or not. So if you use our website and plug it into one of the carbon calculators available right now, it is definitely that it would turn out to be 100% sustainable than all the web pages tested ever. So that's what sustainability is for us. That's where it should start for you as well. Let's get back to the web course. Once you're done with all of the courses, you can give the quizzes and test your knowledge and foolproof it and test everything that you've learned through the courses that we talked about before. Once you're done with your courses, you can also get your own Green Bank Theory certificate, like our mentor Islam did.
and you can also become a driver of change and drive this ahead. What's next? What follows? What are the next steps? So currently, there are 1 million software companies out there worldwide, not just on European level or any regional level. There's 27 million computer science students and around 5 billion end users, just like you and me, who use this technology on a day-to-day basis. With our solution, we can have an impact on all of these at this present time. This solution is right at your fingertips, and you can have a look at it right now. It's already been launched. And what we mean by this is we can roll out this solution to software companies for them to mandate it. The same way Islam did the course at Workday, all of his colleagues at Workday could do this course themselves. We can roll out this course to computer science students, which they can have a look at, and since they are the future, this would drive sustainability ahead through them. And indirectly, that big circle up there, that's us. That's how it's going to be impacted on a large whole level. So thank you. We are SoftAware, and here's our green bank theory.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Now we welcome other team members.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jerry, far away.
Okay, thank you so much. I really like this idea. I think this idea holds a lot more potential for impact than most people think. So I'm really happy to see that you are addressing this. My comment is that most people want to do good for the environment, but at the same time, most people are really lazy. So my question would be, as a developer, what would incentivize me to take your courses and change my behavior or change my code?
That is a good question. I guess for the software industry right now, of course, sustainability also is a cost factor. So they have to pay a lot for their data centers, so they are running and so on and so on. So our mentor is, for example, working at Workday. And they have this issue right now. They have tons of software developers, but they are not aware about this issue. So I guess, for example, when it comes to bigger, large-scale software companies, you can directly implement this as a mandatory course. Workday was already offering us to do this exactly, and they can also outreach to 10,000 of their companies which are working with Workday, including also universities like the Brown University or Netflix, Snapchat, and so on and so on. So if they do it mandatory as like an educational purpose for everyone, I guess we can benefit from it.
Yes, your target group, I'm always a little bit amazed by them because most of them have challenging, well-paid jobs, and in their free time they find like a way to, for free, build things like Linux and Mozilla. Is there a way, and I will ask you to dream a little bit, that you can harness that power of your community to benefit your idea and your purpose? How would you want to do that?
I guess this is a good question. So this is actually one of the good things from us. We have different target groups, and it starts with software companies which have already software developers finishing their university studies. But it turned out that, for example, also at Technical University in TUM, in Munich, we have an issue because software developers are going to become software developers. Right now, I have no mandatory sustainability courses. So this is something where we really want to start also that the informatics or the computer science industry realizes that this is an increasing problem, and also, of course, the future generation should know this. And the self-employed people, we have web developers, websites included with embedded like videos and so on, has tons of data which has to be somehow provided by data centers. So of course, if self-employed people are working for companies, which again want to be sustainable, I guess in future it will become a very necessary skill that software developers should have, and it will cost a lot if they don't. So, yeah.
Yeah, and to add to this, we're not only giving them some modules wherein they just have a look at it, but we're really breaking down the information for them to understand it. So what if
you drive to university or to office, that's the carbon emission you have. That's equivalent to maybe 10 times what you would code. So that's how we're breaking down the information as well.
Can you identify any competitors and what are your competitive advantages?
That is a good question. So when we did our research, it turned out that this is actually a really new field. We also don't have like a lot of valid data, which is exactly saying precisely what is the impact of the software industry, because this is not only the software industry, but all the end users added up. And so we found, for example, Microsoft web courses, which were just focusing on breaking down sustainability jargons, what we also do, but they wouldn't name actually tools which they directly can implement. So there are free-to-use tools like carbon footprint measure tools like we did for our website. And these tools are lying around, but nobody's using them right now, or not enough people are using them. So yeah, competition is low in this field.
25 seconds.
Well, do you think that one day it will be forbidden to give new versions of Windows?
Can you repeat the question? Did you understand it?
Yeah, probably.
No, you have.
Oh, sorry. I don't think so. You will be forwarded, but I think technology will go ahead, and we would learn to leave no waste behind and use the same materials that we use or the same codes that we use for going ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. This was the team SoftAware. And now, let us climb the Himalayas with the team, the Himalayan Legos from TUM, on a mission to a plastic waste management.
Imagine being in a town that is 5,000 meters above the sea level, in the lap of Himalaya with a surreal nature. But there is a duality. In the one hand, you will have a good surreal ecology, but in the other hand, you will have a dump of plastics, creating overshadowing to its mountain's beauty. But ignoring this, you will go head back to a hotel and you will feel cold. Why? The problem is the lack of insulative housing. So tackling the problem of plastic waste due to the fast tourism, increase of insulative housing demand, increase of unemployment rate in the region of Ladakh, with a vision to create a sustainable future for the Ladakh's urban region, socially, economically, and environmentally, we are the Himalayan Legos solving three problems with one solution. And this is our solution to convert the plastic waste into a construction brick. So let's dive deep into the solution. That is our recycling plant. So we are working collectively with the UCC or the government policy buyback scheme, which give us the raw material to process it innovatively and give us a final product as a brick. But how? So after collecting the waste from the UCCs, that is Urban Collection Center, we will shred it, mix it with a fly ash in a rotary kiln, which is already aided with an air pollution control device, mold it to a bricks. And this whole process is solar integrated. So it makes the process energy efficient. But is it efficient? Let's find out. So we have approximately 40 tons a month, the plastic waste in the region of Leh, which with our solution, we are expect to have approximate 50,000 of bricks, and which is sufficient to build 11 flats. And due to these numbers, we are the Legos come with an efficiency of recycling rate of about 90%. So we talked about the solution and its efficiency and its feasibility, which creating a great impact for the Ladakh's ecosystem. So let's talk about now business.
Thank you, Rahul. So basically, main stakeholders of us can be divided into three key groups: investors, customers, and advocates. Currently, we have 3 investors on board: the Recycle X company, the Hale Institute, and the local governments, who will help us with set up the business. Then we have also established strong relationships with the local NGOs, who will help us raising the awareness of our brakes, as well as help us further development of our business. Then, finally, our main customers are the construction companies in Ladakh, and furthermore in India as well. And if we talk about business, how can we not talk about money? We will obtain an initial investment of 78,000 euro from the investors that I just mentioned before. We will project a revenue of 180,000 euro in the first year, with a profit margin of around 12% over the first 5 years. With this, we anticipate being profitable within the first 24 months. Then, to capture the market share and to gain a competitive advantage, we decided to use a penetration pricing strategy. Then, furthermore, our investment has a payback period of only 3.5 years, which can showcases the viability and efficiency of our business model. We can start tomorrow. Our product, our product has 3 benefits in 3 dimensions. They are social, environmental, and economical. Socially, it generates employment opportunities and highly insulated houses for local residents. Environmentally, our product achieves net zero carbon emissions, contributes to sustainable development goals, as well as reduce plastic waste in the region. Economically, our brakes are strong, cost-effective, and adaptable. So, in conclusion, the Himalayan Legos provides a sustainable and effective solution for the region. We are implementing a circular economy, and we are cleaning up Ladakh brick by brick.
Thank you very much, and we are happy to welcome the other team members on the stage. Wow, that's quite a lot of people. Brick by brick, member by member. Okay, Jared time. Nobody wants to ask anything. Everything is clear.
No, thank you for that. That was a fantastic presentation. I was really, that's great. I love the idea. I'm very impressed by the traction you seem to have gained already. My question would be, I mean, how have you ensured the, say, engagement of the investors you mentioned, specifically the local investors? Have you been going there and negotiating with them? And can you tell us about that, please?
Yes, like I have an answer. Like those are like my seniors, and also like those are my mentors in my bachelor's university. They already have that plant, like recycling plant in the region of India. So like we already talked to them, and they will help us in the like machinery and other cost-effective things. And they also suggest like what we can do in the future in the next steps.
Just to add up, the mentor which we had, the Hale Institute, so we are also in talks with them, and they are ready to provide us land, which is near to the city center, which we are providing the solution to. So we'll be having a city collection center there, and we'll be setting up the factory there. So we are able to cut our costs in that manner. Also, we onboarded several advisors in the committee. So we could take advisors in the business planning and the business model, and for the product prototype as well. So.
Just a brief question. Do you have any contacts with public authorities?
Yes, like the Hale Institute, like will talk to the government, because the Ladakh is like very, it's a union territory in India. So like they have good contacts in the public authority. So they are in contact with them.
To add up on this shortly, Ladakh has the status of a union territory since 2019, so very recently. And this status grants them extensive rights for supporting local business, to levy taxes, to have just as extensive self-governance rights. And also, we've learned through our mentor from the Hale Institute that the awareness of the plastic waste problem is extremely high among politicians in Ladakh. So they're very keen and are working on solutions right now, which is a perfect timing for us to come there and present our solution.
Yesterday, I Googled similar solutions, and I found easily like 10, 15 different business models, carry back schemes for tourists, local people.
We are providing a solution which can tackle the problems which they have in the local region.
And to add up on this, plastic waste is a phenomenal resource because you can reuse it in the way that you need it. For example, you've probably, if you have done research, you have probably found an initiative in Lombok, Indonesia, who have done the same things about recycling plastics into bricks. But their problem is they have lots of earthquakes, so they do very light bricks. We have the problem of the demand of insulative housing, so we built a brick that is insulative, which is not that important in other regions, so we adapted the process to the problems that we have in Ladakh.
Thank you. So you mentioned that you are all ready to start tomorrow. That's a great spirit. So my question is, what needs to be done tomorrow, and what other important milestones you need to hit in order to make this a success?
So for the further steps, we can say that we are already in talk with our investors. So as Ella mentioned in her slides, that we have onboarded few of investors, which is a company as well as Hale Institute. So we have some of the investors onboarded, but we are in talk with others. So that's the next step for tomorrow. And for the future goals, I can say that building up the factory actually in the region and prototyping it and standardizing it according to the local and governmental needs is the future step.
How big is the Himalayan market, and can you scale this to other global markets?
Yes, actually, the construction company in Himalayas is $13.12 million in just the Leh region, which we are targeting. So it's a big company, and it was remote for it has just been explored in the last decade. So there is increase in housing demand in the region. And there are many companies, construction companies, which are building their projects in that region due to increased tourism. So we have a huge market to tackle there, and we can cater to them with high number of plastic waste already present in the region and daily produced.
I'm sorry, but the time has run out. Oh. All right, but this was a perfect presentation of the Himalayan Lego. The next team came from the Eindhoven University of Technology with an idea to protect cars from the paint dust particles. Please welcome the team EcoAutoParts.
Did you know that nearly 2,000 cars are painted in each year in each workshop in the Netherlands? And the amount of plastic that is used to cover one car for painting is around the average size of an apartment. Imagine this amount of plastic is being used to paint just one car. The spray painting process takes place in a paint booth. And during this process, there are a lot of paint dust particles in the air. And anything inside this paint booth is exposed to these paint particles, including the car. Currently, as mentioned before, plastic sheet is used to protect the car from these paint dust particles. However, these plastic sheets are for one-time usage, and since plastic is not one of the most environmental friendly material, we have a better alternative, which is to have a reusable cover made up from canvas cloth instead of plastic. Our solution is to have a cover that covers the whole car, and we are going to integrate zippers onto these covers, different parts to access different parts of the car. At this point, you might be wondering, well, how will one car would fit into different car types? Yeah, it is not a simple thing. So we will focus on one car type, which is the common and practical hatchbacks. Through our research, we have found out that front bumper, rear bumper, and doors on both sides of a car are the parts that damage the most, which makes up 80% of the total damage. So our cover offers access to these parts. Furthermore, to validate our solution, we will perform our initial testing at ABS Auto Herstal, which is also our challenge owner. So, how will our solution work? First, after its repair process is done, the part to be painted will be taped around its perimeter. And then the car will be fully covered with our canvas cloth instead of plastic. The part to be painted will be unzipped. And then the sides of this open area will be masked so that there are any unwanted spills to other parts of the car. And finally, the car will be painted. And after the paint dust on the cover has dried, it will be replaced and used for the next car. We can compare our solution to competitors' products in terms of environmental friendliness and cost efficiency. When we look at these two dimensions, we are going to see that competitors are either successful in providing an environmental friendly solution or a cost-efficient solution, but not at both. So, as EPA, we will deliver a cost-efficient solution to our customers and make them more competitive in the market. In the Netherlands, the market size of car repair industry is around $2.2 billion. And this number is around $40 million for car paint industry. So we are talking about a big industry. We will concentrate on providing a monthly service-based system in which we will deliver the covers to our customers and then take them back after their end of life. In this way, we will achieve circularity. In addition, our customers will save up to 50% on material costs, and we will eliminate their plastic waste during the painting process. So, what will be our next steps? First, during the remainder of the month, we will continue with material analysis and experimentation. Then, we will partner up with material suppliers and textile manufacturers. And then we are going to have our pilot at ABS and validate our solution. Later on, we will develop our business further, and we will launch our first full service to our customers. This is our team dedicated to realize our solution, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. The other team members can come over as well, and the jury is ready to ask their questions.
Thank you very much. How did you come up with this idea? Can you tell us how it emerged in your head?
So ABS, our partner, our challenge owner in the course, came to us saying that they have an issue with waste. They want to reduce the plastic waste or actually any other waste in their workshop. So we started doing the problem generation phase.
Yeah, thank you.
We also had an exclusive chance to visit the workshop. And then we had a chance to observe with our eyes what is the biggest problem. And then we saw the immense size of these plastic sheets that are used. And we thought, it's insane that so much plastic has to be used and only for once. So we thought, why cannot it be reusable?
Okay, thanks. But another question: how big a business do you envision this to be? I mean, can you give any indication of what kind of money is in this?
Realistically, this kind of process of masking the tape with the plastic foil is around the whole world. That, of course, our target for now is to start with the ABS, which, again, we're very lucky with our challenge owners because they own many smaller workshops around the Netherlands. So we can start with one and then scale up over the Netherlands and then see how it goes. But the reality is that the process that we offer is very similar to the existing process, just with a different cover. Therefore, it's very easy to adapt.
How many times could the main shield be used?
So as part of the roadmap, there's also a point of material analysis. And here's where we want to actually test our canvas drop cloth, and not only some other materials. Maybe we can find something better. Maybe we can find some good treatment for the covers that we can do. We have estimated that if the covers could be used at least 60 times, the companies would save 50% of the material cost for this process. So this is an estimate number I can give you. We are trying to aim for a higher number. Therefore, this material analysis is a very important step for us. So hopefully we can achieve even a higher number of reuses, of course. And after the 60 times, of course, we want to take it back and create an extended value and second life even to discover.
I think everybody wants to know about the cost, so let's focus a little bit on the cost of to apply it. Do you have any idea how much time it costs to apply the traditional plastic, and how much time it will cost to apply your solution? And can you give an estimation on what that means in labor cost?
Yeah, we've asked a similar question to also our challenge owner, and they first answer is it depends on the skills of the employee, but they said around 45 minutes to actually do the whole masking process. So, of course, we need to match that, obviously, to make sure it's the same time, right? But currently, the process has been adapted so that it's very easy to do it. But there are still some steps, like we have the step of masking with paper, one of the last steps. And how it's happening right now, that it's covered, and then it's cut around the place, and then it's taped again.
We got it.
So I cannot give you an exact number of how much it would take for us, but we are trying to, of course, it's an additional thing to validate in the pilot, right? But we obviously want to match it. The time has to be matched because the working hours is the highest paying thing in this whole process, right?
By the way, we did the calculation on how much it will cost to make one cover, and we consider that after like 60 times of use, we will be able to recover the cost of the cover, and the zippers and the canvas cloth, and the manufacturing costs will be done through a manufacturer, like outside Europe, maybe in Asia, so we can get it for cheaper price. Yeah.
Yeah. You have car repair shops in all sizes. You have the back alley ones, and you have the car specialty, like Fast and the Furious specialty paint job ones. Can you give me a description, a persona of your ideal customer for this type of product?
Yeah.
20 seconds.
So obviously the market is big, and we cannot hit all of it, right? That's why already we're only hitting it for the 80% of the total damages. But our perfect customer for right now, we're focusing on hatchbacks. So companies countries where a hatchback is the most common car, and then in Europe it's very common. So we would firstly focus on Europe and make sure that the workshop receives these cars most often, right? We're definitely not aiming for luxury cars for now.
Thank you very much. This was the team EcoAutoParts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, guys.
There is nothing small about a strawberry. The team OptiBerry from the TUI will lead you through problems of strawberry farming.
Strawberries. Delicious fruits, right? Especially now during the summer. Their high value and high seasonal demand makes them a delight to many. However, 11% of these strawberries are wasted during harvesting, accounting for 116,000 euros of loss per farm per year. And that is why we came up with OptiBerry, a real-time monitoring sensing device which measures the glucose and nutrition levels in strawberries. So how does it work? OptiBerry will be a small device which can either be used by the farmer manually in the field, so just walking around and scanning the fruits, but also because it's a really small device, it can easily be attached to optimized robotics, such as a robot arm or a drone, so it can even save the farmer more time. So how does it work? OptiBerry uses the photonics technology, which emits lights on the strawberries, and then the molecules in the strawberries will absorb this light, which creates this unique fingerprint, which is then sent back to the device, and the farmer is provided with an interface at which he can easily see which strawberries are perfectly fine for harvesting, which needs more care, for example, adding fertilizers, and which needs more measurements. So what does the OptiBerry help farmers with, instead of just reducing the waste? First of all, because they're naturally sweet, the farmer needs fewer post-development processes. Secondly, it can increase the yield of the field, so it can prevent underfeeding and overfeeding of fertilizers. And lastly, it can improve the quality of the strawberries, giving the farmer this unique market position so he can meet the consumers' demands.
Thank you. Now, let's talk numbers. Global agriculture sensor market is expected at 10% growth in the next 10 years, and similar for robotics market for agricultural, which expect 35% growth. And we can clearly see that precision agriculture is an upcoming trend, and that we can see that the nutrition level that customers want to know of the food is an increase. So we are face to face with more knowledgeable customers. Which means that OptiBerry is placed in the perfect niche market at the moment. When we look at the agricultural market, based on the two properties our product offers, which is real-time non-destructive monitoring and enhancing the quality of product, we can clearly see that there is no competitor in this market, and OptiBerry is placed in a perfectly blue ocean at the moment. So how are we going to capitalize on this? Well, first of all, we are in contact with a research organization based in Eindhoven to provide us with the photonics technology that we need for this. And our team will then assemble our sensor, and we are going to try to push our product into market to strawberry farmers, which then could be adjusted to the autonomous systems that they have. So how are we going to do this? Well, we drafted a one-year roadmap, which consists of 4 quartiles. Quartile 1 being the research and development phase, quartile 2 being the pilot and testing based on the prototype we have, and the quartile 3, we aim to improve on the prototype we have, and quartile 4 is launching the product itself. And later on, we aim to achieve 2 main points. This being expansion to other fruit berries, potentially making our market value much higher, and other is being continuously improving and innovating and making the life of the strawberry farmers much easier. And here is our startup finance. To start with this innovation, we are going to need 185K of starting capital, which can potentially go down based on the conversation we are having with our manufacturer providers. And later on, we can see that our market potential in Netherlands alone is $5.5 million US. This is a very, very huge number. And if you potentially expand to global market, that number is going to be much higher. And our target customers are strawberry farmers. And this is our team. Yep.
So we are the perfect team to bring OptiBerry to life. And this is not the beginning of the story. This is not the end of the story, it's just the beginning. So are you interested in innovating the farming industry? Please come to us after this presentation to see how you can contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the whole team of OptiBerry is now ready for your questions, dear jury.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll begin with the usual 2 questions. First off, I did not get, are you developing both the hardware and the software, or is it just the software? That's the first question. Second question is, so you target the strawberry farmers as your first market, what I call the beachhead market, which is extremely important to get it right the first time, to get traction, and from there move on to other categories. Please elaborate a little bit about the choice of strawberries.
Yep. So first of all, thank you for the question. It's very nice. We aim to target the local market, and strawberries are the 3rd largest crop in the Netherlands alone. And there is a high waster percentage, so we kind of want to eliminate that. So that is the reason why we pick strawberries. And we aim to provide an assembly service. We don't want to produce the hardware ourselves. We want to obtain the hardware, later on assemble it, and provide the software of the hardware itself. So it's kind of like an assembly team. Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you. So how do the strawberry farmers solve this problem of waste today? And if you mentioned that there are no competitors, is there actually a need to solve it at all in the way that you are doing it? Have you validated the problem?
Yeah, so good question. Thank you for asking. So how farmers currently create this problem actually is they're just overproducing because they want to meet the consumer demand because there's a high need for them. but yeah, they don't know exactly how much, or they just overproduce. And currently, they're not really doing anything about it because they want to meet consumer demands. And your follow-up question was?
Have you validated the problem with them?
Yeah, so we talked to both strawberry farmers, but also the research company that also already did something similar, but for tomatoes. And they both said that, yeah, they really want to reduce this waste. Yeah.
Okay, you focus on wasted crops and monetary gain for the farmer, whereas the strawberry industry is one of the most polluting and for farming, one of the most negative impacts on the environment with pesticides and with fertilizer. Did you quantify the impact? Can you make an impact with this on that kind of pollution? And did you quantify it, what the impact could be?
Yep. Strawberry pollution in Netherlands is 30 tons of carbon emission a year, and that is usually done without not doing a precise agriculture. So the fertilizer are applied and the irrigation applied equally to all of the fields. So if you have a device like OptiBerry, you're gonna know which spots of the farm needs what, and that could minimize the waste of it and potentially also decrease the economical cost of raising the crop of strawberries.
Thank you. Just the idea that your drone would measure that a strawberry XY needs more nitrite, and another drone would carry it, or how would you deploy it differentially?
So we get readings of the nutrition levels of the strawberries, and we can see how ripe they are. And based on that, we can see how much attention they need. If that was the question. Yep.
That's it? Okay. I mean, if you have another question, we have time, but... All right. Okay, good. Thank you. OptiBerry. To clear the sky is the mission of the team Space Juggernauts from the TUI, and since their name already tells a lot, I'll just let them continue.
So 130 million. 130 million. That is the number of pieces smaller than 1 millimeter floating around space. You know, you might know the movie Gravity, right? So for those who don't know, it's the story how George Clooney would rather float into space and die than date a woman his own age. Anyhow, what happens in this movie is that when they are doing a routine walk around space, debris hits their space shuttle and they are left hanging in space. You might say, well, that's just a nice fictional story. But even now, in 2009, for example, there was a collision. So the Iridium-33 satellite, a commercial satellite, was hit by an out-of-service Russian satellite, completely shattering it, destroying its mission, but also creating 2,000 more pieces of debris. And each piece of debris increases the collision likelihood exponentially. So, as you might notice, we have a nice visualization. So at the moment, the situation in space is more comparable to the left side. So you might say, well, this is not a problem. But if we do nothing, then in 5 to 10 years, we're going to be on this other side. And as you know, there are no lanes in space. So it gets all tangled up. So this is why we decided to come up with the solution to this problem. But we can't clear all the skies. So what we decided to do instead, we focus on small cube satellites, and we provide them a solution to be able to deorbit, because now it is required by law. In America, the FCC has decided to shorten the maximum time that the satellite can float around, and it is now obligatory to present the solution before launching. So our intergalactic influencer, Tiasha, is going to tell you more.
So what do you guys think is the solution? Thrusters? Propellant systems? Don't worry, we are not complicated people. We thought of something really simple, like the use of a drag sail. So we thought of deorbiting the satellite from the current orbit by using a drag sail. A drag sail works on the principle of aerodynamic drag, which accelerates the process of deorbiting the satellite by pulling it down to the atmosphere and burning it up. So we know that drag sails are pretty lightweight. They weigh almost less than a kg, and they are so large and thin, but they can be easily compacted and compressed inside a cube satellite during its launch and deployment. You can consider a similar analogy of the case where you try to slow down a fast racing car by using a parachute. That is the main concept of a drag sail. So the problem is that usually the solutions that are available nowadays take a lot of deorbiting time. Our solution tends to lower the deorbiting time, and it is also pretty cost effective because we are 3D printing our sails, which lowers the cost to almost 3,000 euros and also sustainable for the environment. So a bonus offer. If you look at the statistics, this shows the number of total launches of cube satellites in the space worldwide in the last few years. So if we look into it, we can see that there is a potential growth of the market size and also a current urgency of our solution and a need of our solution. We have analyzed the data for the last 10 years of the cube satellite launches and have found out that most of these data have shown that almost 84% of the launches are done by the private agencies and the companies, which means that this is our customer base. Our USP lies in the fact that we are cost-effective and higher adaptability than the other solutions and the other competitors in the market.
So the timing plan. Well, the legislation comes to place September 30, 2024, so that's why we need to be ready by July in order to make that deadline. And as the timeline is already approaching, this is the team. So we are the space Juggernauts, and if you need to deorbit a satellite, you might want to write that down. Anyhow, I would like to thank you for your attention, and we're very open to any questions.
Thank you.
Smarter solutions today, cleaner skies tomorrow.
Do you have another team member here in the hall? Yes,
Yeah.
good.
One more.
One more. Jerry, it's yours.
Well, good afternoon. Very nice idea, very important because of a lot of nanosatellites today and tomorrow. Now, you said that the solution would speed up the process of deorbiting. How much?
Okay, so we have found out that using a drag sail speeds up the process by, initially it used to almost take around 25 years to deorbit, but with the usage of a drag sail, it deorbits in less than a year. That's almost 9 months. So that's like a huge gap.
And the legislation requires 5 years, so there is quite some buffer.
Yeah, thank you. I really like it. It's for me, it's just like working with the space industry is just a bit not so tangible.
Are you launching a satellite? We can help.
Yeah, but I think my question goes more to like the go-to-market strategy. And have you been in dialogue with your potential customers? How easy or how hard is it to actually come to the market with a product like this? What's your take on this?
Well, our pilot customer is actually a team from the TU, so they're launching a satellite, and they have their own mission. So they have to comply with the rules, but they don't really know anything about this, and they don't really, it's not their focus, so they don't want to spend time on it. So that's why our solution is helpful for them, because we can like guide them through the process and give them a ready-made solution that doesn't take up too much space, so they don't have to accommodate it within the satellite. They just put it there, and they're fine.
Also, if we look at the cost comparison, usually a small satellite takes around 150k euros to be manufactured. So in that comparison, our deorbiting solution is just 3k euros, which is much cost effective as compared to the other solutions.
Okay, so and your business model is basically like one-off unit sales, or are you basically just delivering the parachute, so to say, or?
It is basically, like right now we are focusing on cube satellites and using drag sail technology to deorbit it for the lower Earth orbit. So that is our target right now.
But it includes like the whole package of consulting through the process. So we tell them what they need to comply with, because a lot of times they don't know, because that's not the aim of their mission. And if you're launching a satellite that has anything to do with the States, you have to comply with this. So we can guide them through the process, let them know how to use it, and put it there, and they just are fine, and they don't have to worry at all.
So just to sum up, as I understand it, you have basically a consultancy side of the business, and then you have a product side of the business.
Yeah, drag sail as a service.
Just a short question. Have you had any contacts with Starlink?
Well, we were thinking about like the commercial satellite launchers a lot, but they usually have their own solution, and since it's such a big scale, they don't need as much guidance. So we decided to target more the people who actually need our help, because that's where the most market potential is at the moment.
So technologies in space, a quick Google search learned yesterday evening that will take 5 to 15 years to develop, and you do it in like a couple of months. Most of the time, expediting R&D like that costs a lot of money. So what makes you sure that you can either do it in this time or get the money to fund that?
Well, that's a very interesting question. And thank you for asking it, because you might know this guy, Elon Musk. He's a little crazy, but he tends to come up with these crazy deadlines for himself, and sometimes he misses them, sometimes he doesn't, but he always finds a way. And we want to do that. We want to find a way. And if it's not in this timeline, it's going to be later, but it is going to happen.
Okay, so you mentioned that you want to focus on decreasing the deorbiting time. Do you know what are your competitors doing? What are they focusing on?
Yes, like we do have competitors who have come up with drag sail solution, but we are probably the first one to launch a 3D printing solution which actually helps in deorbiting, and it's very lightweight. It makes it extremely lightweight and easier to accommodate a lot higher surface area of a drag sail, which leads to a faster deorbiting time. So that's the thing. Like aerodynamic drag is very much dependent on the surface area of a drag sail. So the more surface area you can fit inside a small satellite, the better solution it is for you.
Just a brief question. Have you made a patent search?
10 seconds.
Well, a lot of the university research is public, so that makes it impossible to patent this, pretty much.
We have 5 more seconds. What does a space warrior do?
He's here, right here.
Yeah, I'm just standing here for now.
He is the warrior in space. Okay,
little pet.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was Space Junk Juggernauts. Thank you. And that also means that our journey through fascinating ideas is over for now. Thank you for your attendance and your attention. The jury will now move to a different location for the decision-making process, and you are welcome to use the upcoming hour for lunch. We are pleased to have you as guests. The stream will now show nothing for the next 60 minutes. So if you are curious about who wins, we will continue at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Řeknete. Protože nejdřív má přijít ještě pan Petráček. To je tamhle ten. Ano, přesně tak. Takže... Tak já se posadím.
Good afternoon, ladies. Program ahead. But first, let me invite here to the front the Rector of Technical University in Prague, Wojciech Petráček.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, excellencies. Welcome in Prague, welcome at the premises of Czech Technical University. I'm very glad that the third EuroTeQaThon is taking place here in our premises. And as I see here, if I remember correctly, 18 teams competing for awards. That's so nice that so many students from so many countries and universities came to solve problems which are important. I think the topic that we should not leave a trace, I would say not a bad trace, we should leave an intellectual trace or a positive trace, but we should not leave bad traces behind, is extremely important. So that's super that you are here, that you are solving this burning problems, and I'm really looking forward to see the best awarded topics and teams and what you have done during this hackathon. So enjoy this event, enjoy the time here in Prague, and I hope the winners will be happy, but you all will be happy as well, because definitely your work on these problems is very valuable, and the weather outside is so nice. So enjoy the time, and thank you for coming to Prague.
Thank you, Mr. Petráček, for the kind opening words. And now the time of the award ceremony has come. Are you excited? And nervous, maybe a little bit. Yes. Well, I would like to ask Zbigniew Szkor, the head of the jury, to come here. And I just remind us about the three categories that we had: innovation, launch readiness, and impact. Therefore, also, I would like to ask Mr. Daniel Mazur, the Chancellor of the capital city of Prague for the area of ICT, Smart Cities Research, Development and Innovation, to join us on the podium to hand over the award.
Good afternoon. The committee had a very nice and a very tough job, because we had 18 very good teams. So the first message from the committee is that we have 18 winners.
Woohoo!
Of those, we have 3 teams that will have prize. And those prizes are 3 ones. The first is for the impact to the community. This topic was the most uneasy to decide, because all of you have focused on important topics. But finally, we have selected a project that combines local sources, gives local people opportunities and solutions, and does it in Himalaya. So Himalayan Lego! Please come here.
Ladies and gentlemen, And winners and receivers of this little award, I'm pleased that I have the honor to give you this distinction in the name of the city of Prague, which supports innovations in general and especially those who reach to sustainability and improvement of the life of our communities and cities. I will not keep you here long, so congratulations to all of you, and here will be your check. Thank you.
Just a reminder, the Himalayan Legos team tackled the problem of plastic waste in the region. Congratulations! And I also thank Mr. Mazur for handing over the award. And now it's time for Mr. Jaroslav Miller to take the front spot. He is the Deputy Minister of Education, Youth and Sports.
And now it's upon me to disclose the winner. Well, innovation. It was very hard to find out which of those innovations was biggest, but we have a solution. And this solution is an important solution to keep clean the orbit of this planet, because we need to dispose our low-orbit satellites. So space Juggernauts.
Ladies and gentlemen, originally I have prepared a 2-hour speech, but as I am probably the very last man standing between you and the lavish buffet and refreshment, I will shorten my speech substantially to 1 hour. Okay, well, alas, frankly speaking, I am not a well-chosen person. As a professor of history, I'm coming from humanities, being innocent of technical education. But nevertheless, let me generalize a little bit. As a spiritual father of a rival university alliance called Aurora, I firmly believe that university alliances may help to harmonize European academic landscape. They may help to interconnect European universities, and they have a potential to deepen collaboration among academic institutions across Europe. And this particular project is a clear evidence that European university alliances really have a profound sense. So I warmly congratulate you upon your success. You are great. You have done a great job. That's it. The certificate is yours. Thank you.
Again, just to remind ourselves, the team Space Juggernauts care about cleaning the sky with drag sailing the derbies from orbit. Congratulations. And thank you, Mr. Miller. And now it's up to the rector and Mr. Skor with the last category.
For the last but not least category, again a difficult task to find out the project which is most close to deployment. Among those that are quite close to deployment, we selected those who were very close to deployment. And of those, we have finally selected SoftAware. Whoa. Good.
That is a fall to remember.
So, second speech in 5 minutes, I will not make long. So I would just like to congratulate again, and it's fantastic that we have such nice teams here. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Very happy smiles, please. And if you remember how I asked you if you like the Green Bank theory, so you better do now. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Mr. Skor and Mr. Petráček. And ladies and gentlemen, this also means that we have come to the end. And I would like to thank again to all the participants, all the teams. You were amazing. Big applause. Just last a few words. I attended a concert of film music last night. Its topic was superheroes. And it made me thinking that this event is also superheroic in a way, because the mission is the same: save the planet. Well, it might sound like a cliche, but I believe that even the smallest project can help us. And we all know that we and the next generation could use some help, definitely. And as we all know, it is the little pieces that create the bigger picture. So thank you all for adding your little piece. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's up to me to do the final closing. And first of all, I want to thank Ms. Volankova for doing excellent moderation. Big round of applause. Thank you very much. And yes, now that we come to the closing, which is always a little bit of a sad moment, of course, because it's the time that we have to say goodbye in years. And before we do that, we have a very, very long list of thank yous to complete. Because a thing like this, you cannot do it alone. This is really a matter of teamwork, of many, many people together. If you count it, it will be more than 100 people who in some way have contributed to this whole event. So first of all, I want to thank the esteemed guests from the embassies and the representatives of the embassies and the French Institute that you are our guests today. Thank you very much. Thank you to the representatives of the companies and the professional bodies who are here with us today. Very much appreciated. And also thank you very much to the representatives of the companies that in the past year have provided us the challenges for the Collider for the students to work on. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you very much for that. The Collider itself and the EuroTeQathon is made possible really through the support of many people. And now I'm going to use this, let's say, European grant terminology. I'm not going to mention people by their own individual names. That would take really too long. So I'm going to use Work Package 1, Work Package 2, Work Package 3, as we are organized in this project throughout the past years. So first of all, thank you everyone from Work Package 1 for your financial and administrative support. Really, really super important to get things done. Thank you very much to the people from Work Package 3. We have worked in the past 2 years to make the Collider and the EuroTeQathon possible, and it was a real pleasure to work together on this, together in this. A very big thank you to Work Package 6, who took on a really large share of the work and made such a great organization, as you witnessed also in the past 3 days. Super, super much appreciated and very, very important. And thank you, of course, to all the other many people from Czech Technical University that have been working on the EuroTech project. So give all those people a big round of applause. And we continue with thanking. Thank you to the Faculty of Electrical Engineering for hosting day 1 and day 3 of the EuroTeQathon. Thank you also, especially the team of Mr. Slama, who perfectly handled all the technical stuff that we had today and on Saturday. Really, absolutely perfect job. Thank you so much. Thank you also to the Faculty of Civil Engineering for hosting day 2 of the EuroTeQathon. I think everybody now knows what it means, Atelier there, at the Faculty of Civil Engineering, and I think we had a good time there yesterday. Thank you to the jury, who had a nice job to select from so many great projects, the 3 best projects. It sure was not easy, I guess, and thank you for your commitment and time to do this. Thank you also to the people from the International Work Package 3 group. Most of you are here today with us. It was an absolutely fantastic journey in the past 2 years, and again, it would not have been possible without you. Thank you. And please forgive me if I have forgotten anyone. There are simply so many people involved. But finally, of course, thank you to the students of the current and past Colliders and of the current and past EuroTeQathons. You did a great job, and we all do this for you. The future really looks bright with you, young, talented, and enthusiastic people. So the biggest round of applause for you. So with that, we close the 3rd EuroTeQathon. Thank you for being here. I hope you had a good time. You enjoyed yourselves. You learned a little bit. You laughed a little bit. You cried a little bit. Well, hopefully not too much. And thank you for being here. And hopefully we can continue in the future. Thank you.
Just the last words. Thank you, Henri, for bringing this to reality.